Yes, you're audible. You can go ahead.
Very good evening, honorable speakers, SCRMP
Audible.
executives, fellow MCWs, and most attentive listeners. I am Bhumi Baveja, local organizing committee member at SCRMP and a third year BPharm student. On behalf of Society of Clinical Research and Medical Professionals, I warmly welcome you to the day 2 of our Clinical Research Symposium. I'm excited to be your host for the next hour. Much like yesterday, today is going to be another day filled with great insights. Let me give you a brief idea about today's events. We are going to have three speakers today. Dr. Aparna Matpati on the theme Medical Writing in Clinical Research, Crafting Effective Documents, followed by Dr. Devashri Vijayavalan on the theme Manuscripts, and finally Dr. Devraj Mukhopadhyay on the theme Regulatory Riddles and Ethical Pathways, a Clinical Trials Symposium. I would like to remind my dear attendees that a feedback form will be shared in the Teams chat box at the end of day. Filling the form and a minimum of 40-minute attendance at each session is mandatory for certificate eligibility. If you have any questions for the speaker, kindly write them in the chat box. They will be taken at the end of the lecture. Now, I would begin with the speaker introduction. I would like to extend my heartiest welcome to our first speaker for the day, Dr. Aparna Matpati. She is a clinical research coordinator at Medicover Hospitals, Hyderabad, and also a part of the editorial board at Primera Scientific Publications. She has completed her B.Pharm.D. education, from CMR College of Pharmacy, JNTUH University. She has several publications under her name, such as case reports on tyrosinemia type 1 factor and factor 11 deficiency. Under her belt, she also holds the experience of working as a peer reviewer for several scientific journals like International Journal of Pharmacy and Chemistry. She is here today to help us in writing and drafting effective documents for the field of medical writing in clinical research. On behalf of SCRMP, I am delighted to host you today, ma'am, and I'm very excited to hear from you. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you for the nice introduction. Now we'll start the topic. Is my screen visible?
Yes, it's visible, ma'am.
Yeah, okay. Good evening, everyone. My topic of presentation today is related to medical writing in clinical research, as well as crafting effective scientific documents. Coming to the topic, first of all, what is medical writing? The definition of medical writing involves crafting well-structured scientific documents. It includes either clinical research papers or content for healthcare websites like health magazines, journals, or news articles. Basically, medical writing is of two types: regulatory medical writing as well as educational medical writing. Coming to regulatory medical writing, it mainly focuses on sticking to the strict guidelines and communicating the technical information with the regulatory authorities or regulatory bodies. This writing style is typically formal. It includes objectives and also organizes the specific criteria related to the particular research. Whereas coming to educational medical writing, it generally addresses a broader range of audiences, which can either be healthcare professionals or patients and also general public as well. This type of medical writing is more flexible and adaptable, as it needs to be adjusted to suit the target audiences. Any scientific paper should definitely answer Bradford Hill's questions, and it should be in the format of IMRD structure. IMRD stands for Introduction, Methods or Methodology, Results and Discussion. Coming to introduction, the introduction section of the scientific paper should be explaining why did you start the research on this particular topic. Method section includes what did you do. Results include what did you find, and discussion section, it includes what does it all mean. Coming to the introduction section, why did you start the research? Basically, while writing an introduction to a scientific paper, we need to go from a broad range of information to a narrow range. From general information, we need to come to the topic specifically. And it also needs to address the knowledge gap which is there in the particular research. It provides a rationale for why the study is necessary, and it also concludes with a statement of objectives. It basically zooms in from general to specific, broader view to narrow point of view, which specifically deals with the study needs. It includes a brief literature review of known and unknown aspects of the study on a global basis. It identifies the knowledge gap which needs to be addressed by the study, explaining why the research is important, and typically it will conclude with the study objectives. Recording of facts with supporting references. We need to provide supporting references if we are stating any fact in a research paper. Step-by-step analysis, which starts with what is known and unknown around the world, and we need to explain the matters. It covers the regional perspective and presents the local situation, and it will conclude the study goals to address the issue locally. We need to avoid distracting readers. We need to write. We should not just write the sentences to fill up the space, or we should not give general undocumented statements. We should not include our personal opinions without any evidence. If proper evidence with references there, then we can include our opinions, or else we should not include our generalized opinions in any scientific paper. Instead of focusing solely on disease burden, we need to provide relevant details without overloading the reader. We need to limit references in order to avoid the repetition, avoid plagiarism. The introduction explains the reasons for starting your research. Basically, 4 key elements needs to be included in an introduction of a scientific paper, which includes a background overview. We need to give a brief background overview of the particular research study. Then we need to provide the research gap, including the current knowledge gap which needs to be addressed, the research question, and the rationale for the study. How do these elements connect to the study design? Then coming to the second section of the research paper, which is methods or methodology. In this section, we need to include what did we do in the research, which includes type of study. We need to start by describing the type of study which has been conducted. Was it an experimental study, observational study, or a survey, or a case study, or another type of study? Whatever it is, we need to just mention the type of study that has been conducted. Operational definitions. We need to define the key terms as well as variables in the study. This includes what you mean by specific terms, because sometimes standard definitions are different when compared to operational definitions. In general, operation definitions include what definitions we used in our research paper to define a particular topic. We need to include the sampling strategy as well in method section. Sampling
Ma'am?
strategies, yeah.
I'm sorry to disturb, but I think the slides are not moving.
Not moving.
No.
One second. Now, which slide you are seeing currently?
Now it was on first slide and now it has shifted to 7th.
7th. Okay. Do I need to repeat it again?
Ma'am
Is it
has
changed?
asked if anyone wants a point repeated. No, I think it's alright. You can continue. I think the slides are fine now. I'm seeing slide 8 right now.
Now?
Yes, the slides. I think the lag is gone now. There was a lag earlier. I'll inform you again in case it lags again.
Okay. So now is it fine, or should I keep it in the slideshow mode only?
Now it is fine. I can see the slide moving, I think.
Okay. The next point we need to include in methodology section is sampling strategies. We need to explain the sampling strategies which we have involved while recruiting the patients, like how participants were selected for the study. Was it random sampling or convenience sampling or stratified sampling, etc. Coming to sampling size, we need to mention the number of participants and how this number was determined. Then coming to data collection methodology, we need to describe how the data has been collected. We need to include the information about all the basic tools or instruments which has been utilized, such as surveys, interviews, or physical measurements. Whatever the study data collection methodology involved, we need to explain it in the method section. Data analysis plan. We need to explain how the data has been analyzed in a sequential way, from general to specific, from simpler terms to complex terms. We should not use complex statistical terms in a paper while writing it. We can include the statistical methods or qualitative analysis techniques which has been utilized. Ethics and human participant protection. We need to describe the ethical considerations and measures which have been taken to protect the participants. We need to name the IHEC board number, specific measures which have been taken to protect human participants, deviations, if any, from the protocol. We can also use algorithms to summarize the information. Coming to the importance of methodology section will add credibility to the study. It will help in repeatability of the study. If somebody wants to repeat the same experiment, then by seeing the method section itself, they can get a conclusion how to repeat the study and get other results. And it will enhance the ability of the reader to understand and interpret the results. We should not use a passive voice, and we should never say I in any of the scientific paper. We need to describe the methods which have been used to meet the objectives of the study sequentially. We need to describe the participants, designs, methods, tools and analysis which have been employed. We need to be specific, and we should avoid using jargon. It reflects on the credibility and reliability of the results which have been generated. Coming to results section. Results section in the manuscript involves what did you find. So throughout the study, whatever findings you have been found, you need to describe it in the results section. When writing the results section, we need to focus on presenting the data very much clearly without interpreting the findings. In results section, we should never interpret the findings. Interpretation of all the findings should be done in the discussion section. Results section, we should only describe our findings. We need to begin by stating that data is presented in the tables and figures. We need to highlight the key trends or patterns which have been observed. We need to describe the tables, mention variables which have been included. We need to mention number of participants, any major trends or differences in the data, we have to mention it. Figures also we can include in the result section. We need to explain each and every figure, what does it illustrate, and then we need to describe the data points, trends and any other outliers. We need to highlight the main trends and exceptions. First of all, we need to identify any noticeable trends or patterns in the data, such as either increasing or decreasing sequences in specific variables. Point out if any exceptions or anomalies have been evident in the tables or figures without interpreting why they have been occurred. Because interpretation we need to do it in discussion section only. Concluding, how we should conclude the results. We need to summarize the key findings, reiterating that there were no significant differences in baseline characteristics between cases and controls. Ensure that the result section is clear, concise and focused solely on describing the data. The three main components of result section include text, tables, and figures. How to organize the results in sequential logic. First of all, we need to describe the study population. Then we need to go from general to specific. We need to add on any potential subheadings for a result section. Description of the study population. Then we need to describe epidemiology. Descriptive epidemiology have to be included. Then analytical epidemiology should be included. Any additional investigations if available. We need to avoid general sentences. We should never discuss or interpret any of the findings in the result section. Do not report results statistically. Coming to key points. The main key points which we need to consider whenever writing the result section here. First thing is we need to maintain the sequencing. Then we need to keep the text to a minimum and highlight all the positives as well as negative aspects. Tables and figures. Also, supplementary information can be quoted here. Do not discuss or interpret the results in this section. Excessive results can be kept in supplementary documents. So while submitting the manuscript to a journal, we'll be having the option to provide any supplementary documents. If you feel particular results are not that much important or they'll not explain your study correctly, then we can put them in the supplementary documents while submitting the manuscript. So this is the life cycle of any investigation. Firstly, it starts with identifying the data needs. Then we need to spell out the research question. We need to formulate the study objectives. We need to plan the analysis. Then it leads to preparation of data collection instruments. Then collecting the data, analyzing the data, drawing conclusions, formulating recommendations, involving the stakeholders. Discussion. Coming to discussion section. Discussion section in the scientific manuscript involves what does it all mean. So whatever the research you have done, the entire essence of the research will be there in the discussion section itself. So discussion section basically includes 4 main points, which includes it presents a summary of the findings without reiterating, that means without repeating the specific numerical results which have been discovered. It gives an outline of the findings based on their priorities. These findings are then examined in relation to existing knowledge in the literature. Limitations. What cannot be stated often due to factors, we have to include limitations as well. The final paragraph of discussion section includes conclusions and recommendations and discusses the interpretation of the findings, which offers an insight into the significance of the study. Discussion section will act as a link which connects the paper's results to its conclusion. This connection involves interpreting the evidences in the context of existing literature and highlighting the areas where further knowledge is needed. So basically, discussion section will act as a bridge which connects results to the conclusions and recommendations. The importance of discussion section lies in explaining the significance of the results, their implications, the study context, researchers' original interpretations and hypotheses, and how these findings will fit with the existing evidences, along with recommendations for further policies and practices. Discussion basically integrates
Ma'am, you're on mute. Sorry. Okay. Remember these 2 points in the scientific manuscript. First one is description. Never describe the results in the in discussion section, and never interpret the results in the result section.
Describing the results will only take place in the result section. Coming to the analysis will basically examine the information in order to test the hypothesis, with the data being interpreted based on initial hypothesis or based on research questions. In discussion section, basically we need to have minimum 3 paragraphs. Maximum we can have 4 to 5, but minimum 3 paragraphs. First paragraph will include, it serves as a one end of the bridge, and it will provide a broad summary of the results by outlining the key points which need to be discussed. It avoids detailed interpretation, and it will not directly delve into the results at the first paragraph only. Last paragraph includes discussion which is closely aligned with the objectives and study findings. It should not present general points, but instead it can summarize the main conclusions. It can give some recommendations based on these conclusions, and it can include action steps which are helpful for future research directions, and strategies for monitoring and evaluating the proposed intervention. In last paragraph, we can also provide recommendations which should be directly linked to the conclusions itself. We should avoid repetition of the results without further interpretation, and should be specific rather than generalized. You should ensure that they align with your study's objectives. Coming to the main section of discussion, which is body of the discussion. In this section, we need to begin by examining the results directly. Then we need to connect these results to the conclusions through detailed interpretations. We need to evaluate the reasons behind findings and their potential implications. Finally, we need to interpret the results considering the existing information and the context. We should avoid confining the discussion section to comparisons with existing literature. We should not systematically compare the findings with other studies, and steer clear of listing possible explanations without testing the hypothesis. We should also avoid commenting on the results. Now, choosing the title for the manuscript. The title of the manuscript has to be simple but informative. Then we need to mention the study design explicitly. The title of the manuscript should be accurate and specific about the content involved. It should be interesting as well as eye-catching. You can also include results in your title, and that type of title is known as declarative title. We should avoid using abbreviations in the title. We should not use interrogative titles. We should avoid using all capital letters. We can use camel case instead. Coming to the abstract section, a well-crafted abstract is very much crucial in medical writing, because abstract is often the first part which the readers or reviewers will see while reading your manuscript, and it is very much crucial for grabbing the attention of the readers. Abstract will help the readers to understand the scope, purpose, and significance of the study. Abstract basically induces readers to read the full manuscript, and the abstract should consist of a concise summary of key elements of the work which has been performed. Abstract should be condensed and concentrated version of the entire manuscript. Abstract should be fully understandable on its own. So basically, a well-structured abstract will include the following components. Sometimes some journals will be asking you to provide a structured manuscript, and sometimes they will ask us to provide an unstructured manuscript. Even though the manuscript is unstructured, but it should contain all these elements in it. We should write the abstract in such a way that it consists of all these elements, all these key elements. So first thing is background or introduction. Briefly, we need to state the context or importance of the study. Whatever the key essential background information is needed, we have to put them in the first component of the abstract. Then coming to objectives, we need to clearly define the purpose or the goal of the study or document. We need to mention methods, which includes summarization or summarization of the study design, definitions, participants, data collection, data analysis techniques, laboratory methods, and additional investigations. Results highlight the key findings or the outcomes. We should not mention all the detailed results here only. We have to mention whatever the key findings are there, key outcomes are there in a short form in the results section. It includes a major summary of the data, key measures like disease frequencies, statistics which have been used, directly relating to the objectives. While concluding the abstract, we need to provide a concise summary of the implications or the significance of the results. We need to give the key recommendations or actions, limit to issues directly supported by the data. Coming to the keywords. Keywords are nothing but short phrases or short words which are used for cross-indexing and also retrieval of the data. Basically, we can provide from 3 to 10 general identifiers which will represent the main concepts which have been included in the article or the manuscript. We need to arrange the keywords in an alphabetical order. Next, additional documents include cover letter and title page. So basically, a cover letter should contain one page with from minimum 3 to 4 paragraphs, and it should be a brief document. It highlights what is new and important in your research. It will explain how the research will capture the journal reader's interest. It also allows us to thank the journal for considering our paper. Title page. The title page of the manuscript will include authors and their affiliations. Coming to ethics in clinical research. So what are the major misconducts which have to be avoided while writing the manuscript? Ethics review or breach of confidentiality. If the study involves, any study if it involves a human participant or an animal participant, then it has to be it has to take approval from the ethics committee, as it is a requirement which has been passed, which has been according to national guidelines. We need to take informed consent form if it includes a human participant. Data confidentiality is a must that needs to be maintained. Fabrication and falsification. Both of these are major misconducts which cannot be tolerated in any journal. So we should basically never go for fabrication or falsification of the data results. Coming to fabrication. What does fabrication actually mean? Fabrication means the research results are not generated from the study data. That means you are simply creating the data, you are simply creating the research results without actually performing a study or without actually conducting a research. Coming to falsification. Falsification generally means you are generating the results by manipulating the data. So we should not manipulate the data and we should not get results from it. You are conducting the proper research only, but because of manipulation you are getting some other results. So that is known as falsification of the data, which is also a major misconduct and should be avoided. So we need to preserve all the case report forms and the data for a minimum of 5 years. Coming to authorship. Authorship means we are giving credit to the persons who are involved in conducting the research. Basically, authorship criteria should follow the ICMJ guidelines. It implies responsibility and accountability of the published work. Each author should be clear about their responsibilities, and definitely ICMJ criteria needs to be followed. Ethics related to submission. These are also misconducts which have to be avoided. We should avoid simultaneous submissions. Simultaneous submissions means submitting the manuscript simultaneously to n number of journals. Sometimes some of them will be submitting the same manuscript to 2 or 3 journals. That is known as simultaneous submissions, which should be avoided. We should never submit a duplicate submission. Duplicate submission means you are taking somebody else's ideas, somebody's methods, somebody's discussion, somebody's results, and placing them in your manuscript without giving them the credit. Then self-citations. Self-citations should definitely be avoided. We should generally avoid the predatory journals, because predatory journals will not peer review the manuscripts before they get published. So basically, predatory journals are listed in the Beals list or under the UGC care list also. They are all available. So we need to check before submitting our manuscript that it should not be submitted to a predatory journal. Plagiarism. Plagiarism is the most commonly seen misconduct in the scientific writing. Basically, plagiarism means using previously published manuscripts which are published by somebody else, using their ideas without consent or without giving them credit or acknowledgement. We should never copy text as it is. It is considered a serious publication misconduct. Do you remember, plagiarism is considered as a serious publication misconduct, and we can use anti-plagiarism softwares like Archine, Authenticate, and Turnitin. Coming to response to peer reviewers, whenever we submit a manuscript to a journal which has the peer review policy, then we will be getting comments from the reviewers. So when we get all those comments, we need to collaborate with our mentors, with our staff, in order to improve the manuscript by incorporating the feedback which has been provided by the reviewers, as well as by taking consent from all the authors which have been involved in preparation of the manuscript. We need to respond constructively to the rejections. If we get rejections, then we should not take it in a negative manner. We should take it in a positive way. We should use rejections as opportunities for growth and refinement. We need to continue submitting the work until it achieves the acceptance. Thank you. I wish everyone all the best for your publication works. Thank you for providing me this opportunity.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I will ask everyone present that if they could write their questions in the chat box. I will be reading them out.
Somebody has asked, can we ask her to repeat the slide in the end for revision purpose if possible? Can you tell me the... Okay.
So
The last slide. Sure. Sure. 1 second. Is this the slide?
It was not the last slide. It was when the slides were not moving. So I think that is one of those slides. Satyam, can you tell which slide you want repeated? Harshada, Satyam.
From 1 to 11.
Okay.
Okay, sure. I'll repeat it. Now is it clear?
Excuse me,
Yeah.
ma'am. Methodology methods you were telling now.
Yeah.
That slide we have to repeat it once again.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah. Okay. Methodology section in the manuscript, it will include what did you do in your research, what all you have done in the research, in your study. We need to include them in the methodology section. Basically, methodology section will include type of study. We need to start by describing the type of study which has been conducted. What is the whether it is an experimental study or observational study or a survey or a case study or any other type of the study, we have to mention it in the method section. Coming to the operational definitions. So operational definitions are different in comparison to standard definitions. Standard definitions are the one which will be same throughout the world. Coming to operational definitions means the definitions which we are utilizing in our particular study. They may be different from the standard definitions. So we need to define the key terms and the variables in the study. Coming to sampling strategy. What are the sampling strategies we have employed while recruiting the patients? We have to include it in the sampling strategy, like how participants were selected for the study, whether you have used a random sampling method or convenient sampling method or stratified sampling method, etc. Everything you have to mention, like how you have sampled the population of the patients. Coming to the sample size, we have to mention the number of participants and how this number was determined. We have to include the data collection methodology. We have to describe how the data has been collected. We need to include the information about all the tools or instruments which have been implemented, such as whether we have used surveys, interviews, or physical measurements. We have to mention it in the methodology section. We need to also include the data analysis plan. We should explain how the data has been analyzed in a sequential manner only, from general to specific, from simpler statistical analysis to a complex one. We need to include all the statistical methods or the qualitative analysis techniques, whichever has been used. Then we have to also mention the name of the IHEC board, their number, specific measures which have been taken in order to protect the human participants. And we have to also mention if any protocol deviations have been occurred in the research in the methodology section. We can also use algorithms in order to summarize the information. The methodology section will add credibility to the study. It will help in repeating the experiment. It will help the reader to repeat the same experiment if they want to repeat, if they want to obtain some other results with the same methodology. It will enhance the ability of the reader to understand as well as interpret the results. We should never use passive voice while writing methodology section or while writing a scientific manuscript result. We should never use a passive voice. We need to describe the methods which have been used to meet the objectives of the study in a sequential manner. We need to describe the participants, the study design, methods, tools as well as analysis techniques which have been employed. We need to be specific and we should not use scientific jargons. It will reflect on the credibility as well as reliability of the results which have been generated. So we should be clear while writing the methodology section, as it will also have an impact on the reliability of the results which we have generated. I think we have completed.
Satyam has asked, I am curious how might advancements in artificial intelligence and machine learning impact research methodology in pharmacy over the next decade.
Yeah, definitely. There are lots of experiments which have been going on in terms of artificial intelligence and machine learning. They definitely will have an impact in the research in terms of pharmacy.
Ma'am Sumaya Sheikh has asked, how does effective medical writing contribute to the quality and clarity of clinical research documentation?
Yeah, clinical research documentation is nothing but compiling all the information related to your research, whatever you have conducted, into a paper, into a publication, into a single manuscript. So, medical writing will definitely help the readers in order to obtain information or obtain thorough knowledge regarding the current trends as well as the past information which is analyzed, which has been available in the literature. So we should be very much clear and concise about the matter which we are writing in a scientific paper, because overloading the paper with so much information can confuse the readers. So medical writing is a very crucial thing in scientific documents like clinical research documentation. It is a most major important part in the clinical research documentation.
Next question from Satyam. In the context of global health, how might research methodologies need to adapt to effectively address emerging infectious diseases and pandemics in diverse populations?
Okay, let me read the question again. Global health, how might research methodologies needs to adapt? Okay, so we are talking about global health. So because a publication will definitely reach a wider range of audiences, so anyone reading the paper will gain the knowledge which has been conducted in the research. So while writing research methodologies, we need to be very much clear in stating the research that has been conducted. So he is specifically asking about infectious diseases and the pandemics in diverse populations.
The next question from Shireen Sultana. Ma'am, which statistical analysis is best possible to apply in our methodology in prospective studies?
In prospective studies, okay. Like we should start with descriptive statistics first we need to give the descriptors of the study, like sample size. We need to provide descriptors and then we need to go analyzing the data based on the study needs. So mostly used thing is like t-test we can apply, or depending on the research that we have conducted, and it also depends on the data that has been collected. Like we can't simply say for prospective we can directly apply one test, for retrospective we can apply one test. It differs from data also, so it depends based on type of data that has been collected.
Okay, next question from, I think it's Sumaya. Can you share some strategies for developing scientific writing skills, particularly for those new to the field?
Yeah, definitely. So whenever you want to write a paper, you need to be very much clear about the idea. The idea has to be clear on what topic you want to conduct a research. After getting a thorough idea, then you need to start going for literature review. Start studying standard papers which are related to your topic of interest. Then take guidance from your mentors or guides or doctors if possible. So after taking guidance from them, start writing the paper. Try to use simplified terms. Do not use scientific terms or statistical terms, because readers will be of different sectors. So they can also be a public general audience are also there. So always keep in mind to use simpler terms. Avoid using pompous words or scientific jargons if possible. And then choose the idea and start building upon the idea. Like you can also use 2 or 3 ideas, and we need to highlight those 2 or 3 ideas throughout our manuscript. Like we need to build up the idea from introduction section to the conclusion section. Slowly, sequentially, we need to include all the points, highlighting the key findings, and then we need to proceed forward, and we need to give a conclusion by providing recommendations or if any limitations are there to a particular study, we have to mention it. And then we need to give recommendations for the future study which needs to be performed. If necessary, for some researchers, we need a future study also to be conducted. So that also we can provide it in the conclusion section. Yeah, I think I have answered the question.
Yes, ma'am. And Aditya Kumar has asked, what are the current trends in writing and formatting clinical research manuscripts for high impact journals?
There's nothing like current trends or anything. We need to follow all the basic things whichever has been mentioned in the presentation. So basically we need to definitely any scientific paper or any research paper, we need to include 4 key elements: introduction, methods, research, and discussion. We need to we should never repeat a point again and again in the entire manuscript, because it will be like distracting the readers, or it will be overloading to the readers whoever is reading your paper. Either it can be a reviewer or a reader also. So if a reviewer is reading, then it will not be a good thing to repeat the points. We need to sequentially go ahead building upon the ideas whichever we want to conduct a study on. Yeah, that's it.
Okay, last question. Harshada has asked, ma'am, you have said that case study is also used for methodology. In that, ma'am, actually, particular diseases is required, or shall we can for other more diseases? I think she's asking if we need to use some particular disease or in the methodology, or can we use like more diseases?
In methodology section, we need to mention what we have done in the research. So is she asking about writing case reports, or
I think, ma'am, she's asking for writing case studies. The question is not clear, Harshada. If you could frame it better. Harshada, you could also unmute yourself if you wish to. Harshada said it's for case reports.
okay. In case reports, I don't think methodology is much required. In case report, basically we will include introduction, case discussion or case presentation, then the treatment which has been employed, and we need to give a discussion section, and then conclusion. So while writing case reports, it's not necessary to add methodology section in the case reports. For other research papers, methodology is a very crucial thing, because in methodology section we'll be describing what we have done throughout the research process, like how the data was collected, what population has been included, what statistical techniques we have been used, and all, like what are the objectives, what are we aiming to find in the research and all. So in case report writing, we need to include only these things: title, abstract, keywords, introduction, case presentation. In case presentation, we can include the patient demographic details, the laboratory data, and the treatment strategies which have been employed, or any other advices that you want to give to the general readers, like the attenders of the patient or the family members. And then we can give a we can give a discussion section. Discussion section is a most important section in writing a case report. And then we can give a conclusion section. And then acknowledgements will be there, conflict of interest. That's it in case report writing. Next question.
I think that is the end of the Q&A session. Okay.
Thank you, ma'am, for such an enlightening session. You talked about everything and every significant factor of every component in medical writing documents. and I'm sure when all our attendees go to write their medical research documents, they will take your tips in hand. Thank you so
Yeah,
much.
thank you so
And
much for inviting me as well.
yes, thank you. And if you wish to leave the meeting now, ma'am, it is fine.
Yeah, I'll
Thank you, ma'am.
continue for some time and then I'll leave.
Okay, that is fine.
Okay, thank you.
So now I would like to pass the administration back to my co-host Cheshta, who will be there with you for the 7 to 8 p.m. session. Cheshta, can you please switch on your video? Cheshta?
Sure, Bhumi. Sure, Bhumi. I am. I hope I'm audible, guys. Hi.
Yes, you're audible, Cheshta.
Hi, everyone.
So thank you everyone for allowing me to be a gracious host. Over to you, Cheshta.
A very good evening to my esteemed speakers, SCRMP executives, fellow LOC members, and the most attentive listeners. I am Cheshta Sree, LOC Organizing Committee member at SCRMP and a third-year B.Pharm student at Delhi Pharmaceutical Sciences and Research University. I'll be your host for the next hour. I would like to remind my dear attendees that a feedback form will be shared in the team's chat box at the end of the day. So filling the form and a minimum of 40 minutes presence at each session is mandatory for certificate eligibility. Bhumi, can you please share the form? Voice.
The form
Is
will
it?
be. Yes, your voice is cracking a little bit. The form will be shared in the chat box at the end of the day. So after 9 p.m. at around 9 p.m. it will be shared.
Okay, great. Am I audible? Like my voice is clear?
Your voice is cracking a little bit. So if you could switch off your video, I think maybe the quality will be better.
Yeah, I get that's the problem. Let me do that. I hope it's audible now.
Yes, it's not cracking anymore. I'll inform you if it's cracking.
Sorry?
It is not cracking anymore. I'm saying I'll inform you of it first.
Great. Okay. So let's start with another session. If you have any questions for the speaker, kindly write them in the chat box and they will be taken at the end of the lecture. So without any further ado, let us proceed with this insightful symposium. So now, on behalf of the Society of Clinical Research and Medical Professionals, I warmly welcome Dr. Devashri Vijay Balan. Dr. Vijay Balan is a dedicated clinical research coordinator currently working in the Department of Surgery at JIPMER. With a strong background in PharmD from PSG College of Pharmacy, she excels in project coordination, protocol adherence, and data management. She has been actively involved in patient recruitment, reporting adverse drug reactions, and ensuring compliance with regulatory requirements. Devashri has co-authored multiple research publications and has hands-on experience in systematic review and meta-analysis. Her leadership qualities have been recognized through awards, and she has participated in several national workshops on clinical practices and regulatory affairs. At this conference, she will be sharing her insights on crafting high-quality manuscripts, drawing from her experience in clinical research and academic writing. Over to you, ma'am.
Am I audible?
Hi. Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
Yeah. Hi, Deshika. Thank you so much for the introduction.
We can start. I hope we can start the symposium, right?
Yeah. Kindly wait once again. I'll share my screen.
No problem.
Is my screen visible to everyone?
Yes, ma'am, it is good.
Yeah, sure. And also kindly excuse.
Ma'am, could you please try to operate your slides so I can confirm that it is working?
One second. Is it working?
Yes, ma'am, it is working.
Yeah, okay, then fine. And also, everyone kindly excuse me, I have a bad network issue here, so I can't turn on my camera. So is it okay for everyone?
That is fine. I think it is lagging a little bit, the presentation, but it is working.
Yeah.
Yes, it is a bit slow.
One second. Now, is it fine?
I can only see the definition title if that is what you intended.
It's a fly on points, so it will appear one by one. Is that okay?
Yes, ma'am, that is fine now.
Okay, fine. Okay, then let's start the session. My topic allocated for me is manuscript writing. So I expect everyone in the audience to be a little bit interactive, not as a monotonous session. So from the crowd, I want to hear if you have any ideas about manuscript, what is manuscript writing or scientific writing before attending this session. Anyone can tell in the chat box, or anyone can unmute your audio and tell what is manuscript writing according to you. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible. Attendees, please kindly interact.
Yeah, just you can drop your comments in chat box also. Like, have you heard of what is manuscript writing or scientific writing for this? And Seshta, I want to know, like, who are all the attendees here? Are they from BPharm, PharmD, or a mixed crowd?
I guess they are majorly from BPharm, PharmD, and yeah.
Ma'am, they are mixed, pretty much a mixed crowd here, I think.
Yeah. So, like, final year students, fourth year students are attending, right?
I think there will be some fourth year. I am from third year.
Yeah.
So I think it will be like third, fourth year.
Okay, fine. So I think everyone have heard before what is manuscript writing. So no one is interested to drop their comments. Okay, that's fine. I'll tell what is manuscript and what is manuscript writing. Okay. First, manuscript writing is also known as scientific writing. It's your work. It's more of your scientific work. You'll write it and you publish it in a journal in a very organized and structured way. And also in that you'll follow some principles how to write it, and before submitting it to the journal. It is called manuscript writing. And these are all the parts of the manuscript writing. These are all the sections in the manuscript as a whole thing, which is kindly of abstract, introduction, methods, results, table, figures, and conclusion and conflict of interest. These are all the various parts which will be in your manuscript. Okay. And also, if you have any doubts in between, kindly let me know. I'll address your doubts in between also. And what is the right time to start writing? Anybody from the crowd want to answer this question? And what is the right style of writing? What's the basic step of writing? Anybody from the audience? Isha, am I audible?
You are audible.
Yeah. Thanks for confirmation. Okay. No one wants to answer.
The right time to start. Okay. So Archana has replied to that. I think she's writing. What is the basic step of writing? Try to collect introduction part for topic.
Yeah, that's a very good answer. You have to frame an idea, right? What is the right time to start writing? First question is that There's no such thing called right time. Okay, you can start today or you can start within this week. There's no right time. As soon as you start, it's very good for your career. That's the right time. And what is the right style? We'll be discussing in this session what is the right style of writing and what is the basic step of writing. As someone answered, you have to collect an idea. You have to have a prior, strong, firm idea of what you're going to prepare and what you're going to submit in that manuscript. Okay? All these questions will be addressed in this session. And the next thing, and this is also will be addressed here. What is the length of the manuscript you are going to prepare? Which style you're going to present your work, and what are all the requirements? What are all the prior requirements for presenting your manuscript to the journal? Before submitting it to the journal, it should be very organized and in the structured way. And then, as discussed prior in the first slide, these are all the topics involved in the manuscript, like title page, title, topic of your work. It may be a review work or systematic review. Whatever work you present, you should have a firm title. It should be some of a catchy, very easy to understand, like you have a very unique title for your work. And then the second part is abstracting, which is a very minimized version of your whole work. It is around 200 to 250 words. It should be very very structured, very minimal words should be there, but it should explain your whole thing. What you're going to explain in your whole introduction part till conclusion, everything should be covered in that abstract. By reading your abstract, everyone should understand you're going to present this. Your work contains this kind of results, so it will be very useful for me. I can understand this abstract very easily, so I can move forward. I can download this work. It will be very useful for me. Like, in that manner, you have to present your abstract thing. And next to abstract comes introduction. Introduction is a detailed way of an abstract. In the abstract, you will explain very briefly to 2 to 3 lines of what your work will be. In the introduction, you have to give a detailed explanation. Why I'm doing this, what are all will be in that part, why I chose this topic. In that manner, you have to present your introduction. And then review of literature. Review of literature is nothing but what are all the reviews, what are all the literatures in the other studies you have collected for your work. You have to present it in a table-wise manner or in a very readable manner, in a precise work. In a precise manner, you have to present this. Like a review of literature. I have reviewed all this literature and have collected points from those literature for my work. It should be like that. And next comes material and method. It's a very important body of your manuscript. Then your material and methods are very strong, and you have to strongly present your material and methods before framing all other topics, because it decides your manuscript. It's like worthy. We can proceed this manuscript and we can publish this in the journal. They decided with your materials and methods. It's very important thing. It will decide your results, conclusion part, everything. So wisely choose your materials and methods for your work. And then comes figures and tables. I know all of them are aware of it. You are gonna present your results in a structured manner. That is, figures and table in a very easy to understand and interpret your results. It's one way is presenting your results in a figures and table manner. And then comes results. Result part is more of conclusion of your work. What are all you have interpreted, what are all you have analyzed, you will put all those things. It may be a negative or positive, whatever results you got, you will put them in the result section. And comes discussion and then conclusion. Discussion is more or less like, I have reviewed all those literatures. In that literature, they have presented this result. I also got the same result, or I got the otherwise of the other part of the result. Like more or like what we discuss between two friends or two colleagues. They discuss like their work or their they discuss their work, right? Like that. In that manuscript part, you have to discuss your whole work. I have done this. I have reviewed this literature. In that literature, they have presented that result. I got the opposite of it, or I got the same result. Like that. You discuss those things in the discussion part. And then comes conclusion. It's the end part. In the conclusion part, you'll tell, I have done this much work and I got this conclusion as a one line or two-line result. Like when I read your conclusion, I can get an idea like, okay, these things have done and these result was obtained in a very catchy manner, in a very brief manner. You put a conclusion, and then next comes references. References is also a pretty much very important part in manuscript writing. There are different styles of referencing which will be discussed in the upcoming slides. Yeah. So far, anyone have any doubt in this thing? Want to discuss right now?
No, ma'am.
Okay, fine. Bhumi, one small request. So if anything comes up in a chat box, kindly let me know.
Yes, ma'am. Me and Cheshta will let you know.
Yeah. Thank you. Oh, the next thing. As first I mentioned, what was the length of the manuscript should be. What is an ideal length of the manuscript? Okay, first it differs according to the author, according to the journal guidelines. It differs. There's no such thing called a fixed length of the manuscript. Manuscript should be like 3,000 words, 4,000 words. It's not like fixed thing. It differs according to the journal you've submitted. Okay, some journal may ask 2,000 is enough for me, and some other journals may tell you can go up to 4,000 or 3,500. So you should be very careful and when submitting a manuscript to the journal. Before submitting it, you have to read the guidelines, what they have prescribed, so that you can get an idea. So, okay, I should submit only 3,000 words. If I go beyond that, they will reject my work. So be very careful while submitting your work, and also read detailedly of the guidelines given, so you can get an idea. Okay, in this essential data, before we discuss the sections, in this thing they have given the words and pages required to submit your manuscript. Title, as I told, it should be very short and informative. And then comes abstract. Most of the journals commonly they will tell only 250 to 300 words. Like it's a very brief section to understand your whole study. So it should be it's pretty much one paragraph or splitted thing of 2 paragraphs. Beyond that, you should give every information in the introduction thing. Only abstract should have pretty much of 250 to 300 words. It's very enough for that abstract. And then comes introduction. Introduction is usually 1 pages or 2 pages of your title. For example, if you're gonna start a work about diabetes, you should given what are all the information you know about diabetes, and you can also take those things from other literature review works or other systematic review. You can get information from them, and you can rephrase it, or using a plagiarism map you can rephrase it, and you can use it in your own study. And then comes methods. As I told, it's very you should be very confirmative of using methods when it comes to materials and methods. You should confirm before result, I'm going to use this method to obtain this kind of result. And then comes results. Results, you can give very detailed and elaborative information of what are all the thing you have got in that 6 months or 1 year projects. These are all the results I have obtained. Even if it is a negative thing or a positive thing, you have to quote all the results. It also depends on the journal. Some journals will ask, these results are enough for me, like they will reject all others. So depending on the journal, you have to present your results. That's what I'm repeatedly saying. Before submitting your work, kindly read the guidelines given. Read it twice or thrice, understand it completely, and go for submission. And then comes conclusion. Conclusion is also like an abstract. It's a starting point of the work is an abstract. Ending point of the work is conclusion. Both things should be very brief and very catchy. You should. Some readers will go like, I'll start reading the abstract, and directly they'll go for a conclusion to understand the things. So if you give both the sections in a very constructive and very catchy manner, they'll definitely like your work, and they'll select your work, and also let other authors read your work. And then comes figures. So it also depends on the journals. Some may ask for 5 or 6 is enough, and some may go up to 10. So based on that, you can select your figures and tables. But don't go too much of figures and tables. You hit the balance, like give the readable content side by side, give the figures also for the easy interpretation among the readers. And then come reference. Reference is also based on the journal thing. Some may ask for 20, some may ask for 50, some may go up to 100 also. So based on your work, wisely choose the reference also. And then next thing, how to organize a manuscript. It's like manuscript, it's step-by-step thing. You have to finish a first step and you have to start the second step. Like step-by-step thing, step-by-step manner, you have to organize a manuscript. Firstly, compose a title. Like have a very strong clear idea. This is what I'm gonna do. This is what I'm gonna explore and interpret the research. According to that, frame a title. It should also be very unique from the prior researchers or authors who have already published their work. So if it is monotonous or same and you're sometimes you copy the same thing from other authors, there will be less chance of a journal selecting your work. So be very careful in selecting your title. If for example, I'm gonna do a study on a patient with diabetes or like hypertension, whatever it is, in this age group, with this family history, with this hereditary, be very deep in choosing your title. Don't go very don't copy the title from other works. It may not suit for your own work. So be very careful in choosing the title. And also next come the abstract. After confirming your title, you have confirmed I'm going to do my work in this topic. Then immediately you have to start writing the abstract. Abstract writing, in what are all the steps you have to follow is, you collect a group of literature from other authors from different types of journals. In that you read all the abstracts and introduction they have given. From that you will get a brief idea. This is what abstract should be. So based on that you go for an abstract with very brief and catchy manner. And then the third step will be selecting the keywords for indexing. Keyword is very, very important thing in your manuscript. Based on your searching for keywords only, the readers will get your manuscript. If you keep any unrelevant keywords from your study, they won't get your study. For example, if your study is on a breast cancer thing, so your keywords should be like important breast cancer genes, breast cancer terminologies, and the surgical options or radiotherapy or any drug name which is given to treat the breast cancer. It should be your keywords, like 5 to 6 very catchy keywords should be there, so that readers can easily find your your work from the journal. And don't go for 10 or 12, like more than 10 keywords. It should be only 5 or 6 based on your journal requirements. And then comes the introduction. Already clearly we have discussed what all should be in the introduction part. And then also comes method. In the materials and method thing, you should be very careful in choosing the method. So based on your method only, your whole study will decide whether it will be a positive results or negative results. So kindly have a bit of statistical knowledge before choosing your method, or you can ask help from any of your guides before choosing your method. If you're not aware of the different types of statistical methods, kindly ask someone whether it will be suitable for my study, or else search the similar articles in different type of journals. What are all the methods they have used? Sometimes it may also help to your own work. Try not only fix yourself for a single method. You have to try 2 or 3 methods before fixing one. And then comes results. So as I told earlier, based on the method you've chosen, your results will be reflected. So choose the method carefully, you'll get positive results. And then comes discussion. Discussion is very important. Like if it is very insufficient, or you have used very complex terminology and it is very hard to understand, there is a less chance of authors will select your journal for publishing. So keep it very simple so that everyone can understand your discussion part, what are you trying to say. And also have a clear and concise conclusion. I have did this thing, I have concluded this part, that's all. No extra thing or no less thing. Like what to say, maximum of 10 lines is pretty much enough to conclude your study. And acknowledgements. If you wanna, I think someone have heard some have heard what is acknowledgements. I'll tell you. Acknowledgements is nothing but it's a thanking part. I have did this study, and these many people have helped me, so I want to thank them. It may be maybe your guide or your principal or someone from outside of your college, like funding agency, like that. I'm thanking them for giving me this opportunity. Like, it's not mandatory for every project. Most of them are doing your academic projects. Some may receive funding or some may not. So it's a very optional part. You can do it or you can skip that part based on what your guide told you, or based on the structure of your project. You can ignore it or you can add it. But all other parts are necessary for the manuscript. And next comes references. References is also very important. Don't add unnecessary reference which you have not added in your manuscript. Give always numbers. Like, if in introduction also give like 1, 2, 3 numbers for your references, so that the reader can easily interpret, like, okay, this line was selected from this article, and the second line was selected from the second article. So always give numbers and give hyperlink for them to easily connect the lines you have mentioned in the manuscript to the reference part. So don't add 100 or 120 or unnecessary references articles. Whichever references you have mentioned in your manuscript work, kindly add those references below. And also don't miss any references. If you have mentioned, say for example, you have mentioned 10 in your manuscript writing in the introduction part after a line. If I click 10, I should go to that reference article. If that reference article was not mentioned there, I'll get confused. You have mentioned 10 there, but the reference article was missing. So always be careful to add correct reference and give correct number for those references you have mentioned. And the last one comes figures and tables. For some journals, they may ask to add figures and tables after the results, but some may ask add it in the end of your work. So it depends on the journal again. And clearly I mentioned, don't add too much of figures and tables, so it will be very difficult for the reader to understand what you're trying to say. So always have a concise numbers of figures and tables. If you're giving the content all in a readable form, it will be also very difficult for the reader to understand only with the words. So hit the balance, use correct number of readable formats and give the correct number of figures for them, and also number them correctly. If you're mentioning in a paragraph figure 5, I should get the figure 5 in the end of the content. I should relate them with the paragraph. So don't mismatch the numbers in the paragraph. Give the correct numbers to the figures and tables. And then next question answer. A reasonable approach to writing a scientific manuscript. Maybe the following. Okay. This is the ladder you should follow in writing a manuscript. There's a mistake. Abstract, keyword and title should come first, and then introduction, and then follow as material method, figures table, research, discussion, conclusion. Always follow this method in writing a manuscript. Abstract, keyword, title first, introduction second, then comes material methods, figures tables, result, discussion, conclusion, and in the end of the manuscript comes references. And before writing a paper, you should fix two things in your mind. You should do very much of a groundwork in these two things. First one is define hypothesis and objective. For example, I have involved in a pancreatitis trial. So in that, the primary objective is solid intake food. Pancreatitis patient will have difficulty in eating the solid food. So the drug which we are giving will increase the quality of your life and also will increase your solid intake. So it is a primary outcome of my study. So always fix primary or secondary objectives before starting your work. For example, in a diabetes patient, if they are obese, you're doing a clubbing work of diabetes patient and their obesity due to diabetes, and if you're administering them X and Y drugs, with that they are losing their weight. So your primary objective should be, I'm going to measure the weight in the patient and follow up their loss of weight in the whole journey. So always select the primary and secondary objective very carefully, and also have an hypothesis before starting your work. In this patient, in this population, with this type of disease, I'm going to give this type of drug for this patient. And also in the objective, you are stating, I'm going to measure the quality of the life, or I'm going to measure the weight loss of these patients, or I'm going to follow up this patient for this many weeks and see the like weight loss journey of this patient. So sort out the objectives before starting your work. And then review the literatures. As I mentioned earlier, literature review is very important part, because if you read 30-40 articles related to your work, you'll definitely get an idea. Okay, they have done this thing in their work, so I'm gonna do some different work here. They have used this materials and methods, so I'll use very different or unique method, or I'll follow the same. I'll give different kind of results. I'll make some modifications in my work. So every time you start, before starting your work, read as many as articles possible. Then only you'll get an idea. Okay, these are all the works already done and published. So I'm gonna use some different techniques, unique methods, unique methodologies and research types to provide to produce a very different results. So it will be very useful while you're publishing your work. So the authors may like your work. The authors of the journal will like your work, like it is very unique. So far nobody has done this topic, or there are so many modifications from the earlier published thing. So let's select this journal for publication. Okay, keep these 2 points in mind before starting your work. Create an hypothesis, draft your objectives very clearly. If you have only primary objectives, go with that, well and good. There's no necessary or compulsion to add secondary objectives. If you have 5 or 6 objectives, from that select any 2 or 3 as a primary objectives, and the rest will be your secondary objectives. Don't give 10 primary or more than 7 to 8 primary objectives. It will be very difficult for you at the end of the study to meet all those objectives. If you have 4 to 5 or 3 is also sometimes enough. If you hit all the 3 objectives, it's very well and good. And the second point is again a review of literature. Read as many literatures possible before you start your work. It's not like only you have to read a systematic review. It's only you have to read only review of literature. Not like that. Read every articles like RCT, meta-analysis, systematic review, and then definitely from those articles you will get an idea. According to that, you can structure your own study. And then next comes hypothesis and objectives. And always I want to stress this point. You should ask questions to your own self. Why I should do this project? When? In what way I should produce it? How I can reach the results? Always have a set of questions in your mind before starting your work. Only with the questions your results will produce, and your ideas for your studies will be produced. Or if you are doing a group project within 3 or 4 people, always ask questions before starting the work. Why are we doing this? What is the special thing in this? Already there are many articles published on this topic. Why should we choose again the same topic? What are all the objectives we are going to address this? What will be the novelties? Novelties nothing but it is a unique result. What is the purpose of this manuscript? Already there are thousands of manuscripts in the same topic published in the journal. So why I am again doing this thing? It is anything unique in my project, or what will be like standalone thing which keeps my project very unique. Always have these types of questions before starting your work, or ask your teammates or your guide, why are we doing this? What is the unique thing? What is the special result we are going to give in our study? Like always have a set of questions before starting your work. So it will be very easy for you to address every objective. And it is not a very puzzled or very confusing thing. Manuscript, if you structure your manuscript, if you have a very confirmative idea before starting your work, it is very easy to arrange all these puzzles. It is not very complex or perplexed thing. It's very easy if you organize everything and you have a clear-cut idea before starting your work. Okay, it's a template. It's just an example to show you all. It's a review of clinical trials of diabetes. Okay, just an example. It's not. This is how you should present. It's just an example to show. Okay, they have reviewed so far clinical trials done on diabetes patients. They have reviewed all the clinical trials done so far, and from that they have given an introduction, body, and then comes a conclusion. In the introduction part, for example, they have written American people, so they have mentioned these types of results are so far there in America, and like blood glucose levels, weight, nutrition. They have given important points. What are all the important points on the topic diabetes? They have mentioned it in the introduction part. And comes the body of the work. In the body of the work, they have analyzed these many articles, and they have come. And they have also reviewed systematic reviews. They have, and then they have a few strategies for the patients. These and all comes in the body of the work, and then the conclusion. This gives this information. Like we have studied these many people, and it gives this information. Like that, they have concluded this work. It's just a template of showing you how a manuscript will be. You don't have to follow the same thing. You can follow your own idea. And then from this, I'll explain every part of the work. Priorly, I'll give a brief thing on what is abstract, introduction and conclusion. From here, we'll see detailedly about every part and how should you present all the parts in your manuscript in a structured way. And then abstract. You have to meet all these three boxes which I've mentioned here in the abstracting. It should be descriptive, critical, informative. Informative is very important. So the single whole paragraph or two paragraphs should address exactly what you're going to tell in your whole manuscript. These are all the points which will be very briefly addressed in the abstract section. And then it should be very descriptive. Descriptive in sense, it's like explaining the purpose of the study, goals and methods. Priorly I've mentioned it should be around 250 to 300 words. This is the purpose of the study. For to achieve this goal, I'm doing this study, and to achieve this goal, I'm using this methods. That should be in, these are all the points should be addressed in the abstract. And also critical, in that basis, work being discussed to the writer's own research. Like to the readers, you're giving an idea of what will be in your whole manuscript project. So these are all the three important points you should keep in your mind before writing abstract. It should be very informative to the readers, very descriptive, and it should also be very critical. And kindly follow this flow chart before starting your work. It's a small introduction about your topic. Clearly state that objectives in the abstract thing and how you are going to carry out this thing, and then result. Result is also you have. Like in a single line, you can mention this is the result I'm going to meet in this project, and the final sentence describe the significance of the results. And as I mentioned earlier, keywords should be 3 to 4 according to your study, or according to the author guidelines. You should have 3 to 4 keywords, important keywords based on your topic. And then these are all the few questions. The abstract should answer the following questions. So before starting your abstract, kindly remind these questions. Whether my abstract answers this type of questions. Whether my abstract gives answers to this following questions. So why did you decide to do this study or project? What is the purpose? As I mentioned earlier, what is the purpose of doing this manuscript? And how did you conduct your research? What are the materials and methods you're going to use it? And what did you find? What did you find in sense? What is the unique thing that keeps your project standalone from the other projects which have already published? And why is this research and your findings important? To answer this question, why is this research is important in sense? What are all the findings you're going to give to the society? From this new finding, how the patients or other physicians can benefit from your study? and why should someone read your entire essay? It's very important. As I mentioned earlier, what is the novelty of your study? What is the unique thing that keeps your study very different from other study? And also, is there any benefit in reading my study? Is there any benefit that readers or if you're writing about a new drug, sometimes patient can also read your works, right? Is there any information they can gain and they can benefit from those information? Always there should be a benefit for readers from your work. Keep that in mind before starting your abstract. And then in writing the abstract, like to summarize it in a single word, it's just an advertisement of your article. So make it very interesting. If I read an abstract, definitely I should go and read your journal also. Make it in that way. Okay, it's very interesting. The abstract is very interesting. Let me read the whole article. So make the reader to go to your article and read it full based on your interesting abstract. So then comes the keywords. How to select the proper keywords. Okay. Defining the keyword. So I have mentioned earlier, it should have any 6 or 7 keywords. It should also have a mainstream words of your whole manuscript. Say for example, if you're doing in a breast cancer or whatever disease like hypertension, diabetes, anything, you should mention the disease name, the population you're going to choose, any important genes or any important drug you're going to mention. Everything should come in the keywords. Very important, 5 to 6 keywords. Based on reading of keywords and abstract, I should get an idea, okay, this article contains this much of information, so I can go and read it. If I want to search an article regarding breast cancer or any other type of cancer, I'll put that cancer name in the keyword, or any genes related to that, or any toxin related to that. I'll get those articles, right? So based on that, frame your keywords so the readers can find your articles very easily. Based on your keywords only, the readers will search for your article and they will get the full articles. And then comes introduction. First is abstracting, second is keywords, and then comes introduction part. It should be a short review of your whole article. Okay, it's a detailed version of your whole abstract. It contains at least 1 or 2 paragraphs based on the guidelines which was given to you. Based on that, introduction should be there, and in that also you can mention previous literatures you have searched relevant to your article. In that point also you can rephrase it and you can mention it in your own work, but don't don't copy the same wordings and put it in your article. Rephrase it, read it completely like other authors' work, understand it completely, and from that take your points which are all needed for your own work. Like for example, you're doing work on on a pancreatitis, and your friend is also doing work on a pancreatitis but in different population. So don't copy that introduction and use it in your own. Have your own style of searching articles, and what is needed for my article, put those points only in introduction. Don't give unrelevant points regarding to your study. And next comes, for the abstract, there are a set of questions, right? You should meet those questions. For example, for introduction also, these are all the questions should be addressed. When you're writing introduction, always keep these questions in your mind. Whether my introduction answer all these questions. What is the problem to be solved? Are there any existing solutions? Say for example, already there is a solution for a problem. You are repeating the same again in your manuscript. This is the problem and this is the solution. The journal author may think, why I should select the same work again. Already it is published. Why should I select the same again? So always have a slight difference, like in a material method, or in in a population, or in a gender. Always have a difference. If there is a study, they have did in a geriatric population for this drug. So you select the same study, do it in an adult population. It is also a difference. So there is a minor difference. The author may think, okay, let's select this work. There is only study with geriatric population, so we need the adult results. Let's select this work. So always have a difference, a minor or slight difference in the work what is already published there. And what is the best? What is the main limitations? Limitations in sense, for example, all the studies will have certain limitations. Say for example, in my hospital I only have pediatric population. I can do only in pediatric population. I can't go for adults, or I can't do it in geriatric people. It is a type of limitation. So state the limitations also very clearly before starting your work. And what do you hope to achieve? The same thing. What is your goal? Why are you writing this manuscript? What I'm going to tell in the end of my presentation, that should be very different from the other work that was already published there. And next comes, here are some additional tips for making your introduction very readable and very interesting. Never use more words than necessary. Always to the point, right? To the point. This is what I'm going to do. This is what I'm going to do, and this is what my results will be. Don't beat around the bush, like writing by 7 or 8 paragraphs. Don't make the authors being very confused what he is going to say, like that. Be very concise, and don't make it like an history lesson. Don't start from the very beginning, like in 1950s this was happened to this diabetes patient or hypertension patient. In 1960s liver disease, in that they have found this. Don't do it like a history lesson. Make it very concise thing. And present always very new data. If you're taking points from from other literatures, always take the recent thing. So in this year you're going to publish a work in sense, always go back up to 3 or 4 years. From that, select very new data. Everyone will know these are all the old data that are already present in those journals. So always try to present the new data. Give always updates to the readers. These are the updates that have been newly published in the 2-3 years. So always present your new data. And as already mentioned, hypothesis and objectives must be clearly remarked at the end of your introduction. And then comes very important point, as this is a body of your whole project. If you select a correct method for your project, it will become very successful, and you can present the results in very organized manner. If you didn't select your method very clearly, there will be a lot of confusion in presenting your results. So always be very clear, or take someone's help, like your guide help or any statistician's help before choosing a method if you have any confusions in selecting a method. Or else search for similar studies, see what are all the methods they have used. Try 2 to 3 different types of methods. From that, select one which is suitable for your study. Okay, it's just a flow chart, just an example of telling the project start, inclusive, exclusive factors and all. And then next comes result. In result is also very important point. If you select again and again, I'm stressing it out. If you select the materials and methods correct, automatically your results will be what you've expected. You can achieve those results. The data, some journals may ask to present it in a tables or figure version, and some may ask in a readable paragraph version. Depends on the journal. So use the key statistics words in the results, like standard deviation. What are all the statistical tests you have used? Parametric, non-parametric test. I have used this type of statistical method to achieve these kind of results. And also, don't try to hide your results if it comes in a negative way. Some welcoming journals also there to publish negative results also. So don't try to hide. Don't try to put only positive results you have obtained. You can mention whatever the results you have obtained. I have did this and I have got this. Okay. Don't try to hide your negative results. And then next comes discussion part. Discussion part is also very important thing. Summarize your whole manuscript and give the important findings by comparing your study with another study. they have researched in adult population and they have got this kind of result. I have did in the pediatric population and I got this result. Like that, it more should be a discussion between the reader and the author. Like I have done these many things, I have got these results. But in that article, in a different article, they have chose a different method and they got that result. It's more like a conversation between the reader and the author who wrote the manuscript. In the discussion part, you also mentioned the weakness and the similarities also. Like you can mention negative thing also. I didn't get this point, but in that study they have met those objectives. You can mention those things also in the discussion part. And then comes the figures and the table. Like you have to present your results in a very catchy way, in a very understandable way. So it is if you present your results in figures and table, it will be very easy for the reader to interpret what you're going to tell, rather than presenting it in a very long paragraphs. Okay, as mentioned here, a figure is worth 1,000 words. Like instead of reading 20 lines, 30 lines paragraph, by seeing a picture, I can understand what you're trying to express it. So it's very better thing to present your results in the figures and table methods. And it is also very more time efficient process also, rather than writing 30 lines, 40 lines paragraph, right? So see an example I have quoted here. It's a menopausal status of a patient, which was given in table form also, and it was stated in the pie chart also here. I hope this pie chart is very, it's in a very understandable and very easy to interpret manner, rather than posting it in a paragraph thing. So see here, they have categorized the patients in 3 categories: premenopausal, perimenopausal, postmenopausal, and they have interpreted this in a pie chart, like percentage of how many people are in this category, how many people are in postmenopausal category, like that. It is very easy to understand for the reader. And also there's a thing, don't always use these types of pie diagrams or bar charts whenever it is necessary. If you're comparing data, like if data is in a category and you're dividing it in 20%, 30%, like that, always go for a pie chart. Or if you're not comparing 2 or 3 data, always go for a bar diagram. And this is also a type of thing. You can represent your data in plots. But if you are in a beginner stage, I don't suggest this. You always use pie or bar diagram. Or if you are representing your 3rd or 4th publications, or you're aware of this, you have a very strong biostat background, you can go for this plot diagram. But always read completely before representing your data in the plots. And if you're using any photographs or figures, whenever it is necessary, you can use it. It's also solely depend on the guidelines of the journals. And based on colors, they can charge you a separate thing. Based on how many figures you're presenting in the colors, they will charge different things. So clearly read the guidelines before representing those figures or tables in colors. Or else you can like present it in a black and white manner also, but your picture should be very clear when you're presenting it in a black and white manner. And this is also the same thing which I have showed it in a color thing. It is a black and white thing, black and white picture, same information but in a black and white picture. Based on the based on the guidelines of the journals, you can use either color pictures or black and white pictures. And don't this is a common issue, don't use misuse of lines and histograms. Like I previously mentioned, don't put too much of bar diagram. Whenever it is necessary, you can use it. Don't use 10 or 12 figures in the study and make it very clumsy. Hit a balance. If it is you can present it in a readable way, give it in a paragraph. If it is too much of data, it's very hard to present it in a paragraph, kindly go for figures and tables. And also the fonts here, it's very illegible, so don't go don't use these types of figures or diagrams. So it is very illegible for the reader. So there's a chance of rejecting your work. So always give a clear picture, even it's a color background or black and white, it doesn't matter. Always give a clear data. If you can't give it a clear data, kindly go for paragraphs. Give it in a readable manner. But don't give like this illegible images. It's very difficult to interpret for the journals author. And then comes the these kind of boxes representing your data. In the first image, you can see it's just an example. You can see the commas and the percentage, and it's a bit clumsy to read there. But see the second table, they have clearly given the title of each section, and only numbers they have mentioned it in the below table. So I think the first table is very complex to interpret, and the second one is comparatively very easy. So always wisely choose the second method for representing your data. Don't make the table or bar chart very clumsy. Or use only few lines in the X and Y and X axis. Give a very clear titles. Don't use too much of pie diagrams or bar diagrams to represent your results. And comes the acknowledgement part. As I mentioned earlier, it's a very optional part. Not every journal has this keep this as a mandatory section. You can include it based on your need, or you can skip this part. If you want to thank some authors or your guide or the principal of the college, or you got any assistance for proofreading, or any outside of agency have helped you or granted you some fund for doing this project, you can obviously thank them in the acknowledgement section. And then comes finally the reference section. Reference section is also a very important section, as body of your content is material and methods, and the end of your manuscript is reference part. So many students will find styling the reference will be very difficult part for them. It is also very annoying thing for few of them. How to style the reference? What is the correct way of styling my reference? So to end this problem, they have introduced the software. For example, EndNote and Mendeley to form your references. If you say for example you have 50 references. So from that, take one article and put this in the EndNote software. I think it's free of cost. EndNote, you can use it. You can try it. If you put the article name, it will trace you the reference and it will give you the styling. Whichever the style you want, it will give it in your mentioned style. So always, if you have 50 plus references, kindly use softwares to frame your references. To avoid error, you can use softwares instead of manually phrasing your reference paper. And also based on your publisher, like Elsevier, Springer, PubMed, they have asked for a specific type of referencing. I want a Vancouver style or AMA style. Based on the guidelines of the journals, go for the choose wisely the reference reference styling. And these are all the things you should not include in the reference part, like excessive citations of publication from the same region. Say for example, you're doing a project from India, and you're stating references only from India. Like 50 of your references is only from India, not from the other regions. If the author of the journal may think it contains only same information. What about the all other countries like US, UK? So make it in a diverse way. Diversify your references. Use all regions references. In Africa, they have used this type of method and they got this results. In US, they have used this type of method and got a very different result. In India, I'm doing this. I'm choosing a very different method, and I have also got a very different type of result. So always diversify your reference style. And don't go for unpublished observations. There are grey journals, like they have not published journals are called grey journals. So far, the journal has not been published in any of the reputed the article has not been published in any of the reputed journals. Those are called as grey journals. So don't take references from unpublished works. And manuscripts submitted but not yet accepted for publication. So There are 5 to 6 stages of publishing, right? You submit those, they will review and they will reject, and they will again ask your work to be submitted in a different way, and you will revise your work and you will resubmit again. There is a stage called peer reviewed stage, and then they will e-publish your work, and then they will publish it in a hard copy. So there are different stages. So always choose the reference whichever work is published in the reputed organized journals. Choose that article as your reference. And publish, not peer reviewed. As I mentioned earlier, there are different stages of publishing stage, right? Always go for the published journal. And then articles not published in English. There are different languages which the articles are published, like in German, Spanish. Don't go for those articles. Always choose the articles whichever got published in the English. So it will be very universal and easy for the readers. And finally, check the following things should be in these articles. Spelling of the author name. Don't make errors in this, because it's very important. Based on that only they can find those reference articles. So always double check before stating the author names in the reference. Year of publication. As I mentioned earlier, don't go for if you're publishing in this year 2024, and don't go for 1950s, 1960s or like early 90s article. Always choose the reference style. If any of your work is very new and there are only few articles, only 10 articles is there regarding my study, it's okay to find. It's okay to choose the old articles. If you have n number of articles in every year, kindly go for the new data. Always present the new data, and always select from 2015, 2016 kind of articles. And punctuation is very important, like with wherever you give comma or semicolon, colon, the referencing style is also very important. And also finally, after stating all the reference, kindly check whether I have mentioned all the 20 articles, all the 30 articles. You yourself click that hyperlink 1, 2 numbers and check I have stated the correct reference. And then type of references. There are n number of types of references like MLA style, APA, and then Vancouver. MLA is Modern Language Association style, APA is American Psychological Association, and the common thing in every journal they use is they will ask for a Vancouver style of referencing. It is very common. First, if you are very beginner in manuscript writing, you're going to publish your first article, always go for Vancouver. And then in second, third manuscript, you can write different type of styling, but always go for Vancouver style. It's very easy also. So it is here I've mentioned the journal, and I've also given the sections. What all the sections should be included in the Vancouver style. First, give an author name, first name, last name of the author, and then second comes the book title. Here they have mentioned a book title. You can also mention the journal, for example, article title also there. If it's a book, mention the book title. If it's an article, if it's an e-article, mention the article name, full title of the article. And then next comes the place from which the author have published it. Next comes the publisher. For example, Elsevier, Springer, Scopus, anything, PubMed, like that publisher name. And then comes the year. In a few types, they have also mentioned the issue number and page number. That is well and good. If you mention the issue number and page number, it is very useful for the reader to select that. If you think here it's enough, some articles may not have issue number and page number. In that case, go with stop only with the year and month. If they have mentioned the issue number and page number, kindly mention those also. And here comes an example of an article. In this original title, they have mentioned action of antibiotics on bacteria. It's very common, right? There's no structured or unique or very deep meaning. It's very common title. There are so many antibiotics, there are so many bacteria. You don't know, the reader may not know which antibiotics you're speaking of or which bacteria you mentioned. So they will skip your article, right? So you're revising that title. Inhibition of growth of Mycobacterium tuberculosis by streptomycin. Okay, this is the revised title you're giving. So if I search for a Mycobacterium keyword in the database, like say for example, I'm searching your article in PubMed. If I search Mycobacterium, your article will pop up there. If I choose streptomycin, in that case also your article will pop there. If I chose Mycobacterium tuberculosis and streptomycin, definitely your article will come first. So always have a deep way of structuring your title rather than writing it in a common way, like action of antibiotics and bacteria. It's very common title, no? So always go for a unique title and a structured title. This is the topic and this is the disease I'm going to study, and with this drug I'm going to study. And then title should be very specific. How will I search for this piece of information? When you design your title, always see it in a reader perspective. If the reader types this topic in a database, will my study pop up first? So always before structuring your title, always have a reader perspective of searching your title. And this is also an example of a review literature on diabetes submission on bariatric patients. It's just an PubMed article. In the first column, in the first box, they have given a citation. This is how the article should be cited. And the DOI number, a unique number, and PubMed ID. In the second box, they have mentioned the method sample size. This is how you should give the review of literature. There's a column in manuscript writing, right? Review of literature. This is how you should mention the literature that you have reviewed for your work. And the third box, they have given the results. These are all the results of the article. And the fourth, conclusion. If you are reviewing 10 articles, say for example 8 to 10 articles, always go for a table method. So it will be very easy for the reader or author to understand. Okay, these many articles have been reviewed to publish this manuscript, and this is the referencing style, method, result, and conclusion. This is pretty much enough. Don't go for figures, tables. Don't put everything in the review literature sections. Only give 3 sections. Method. This method is used in this article. The results. Using this method, they got this result. From this result, they have concluded a part. Okay, like if you are using 10 articles for review, state all those 10 in the table format. That will be very readable format for the authors and also for the readers. And then it is a verb sentence. You may think it is very unrelated thing, but everyone will make a mistake in writing part in the grammar sentence of the article. You should be very aware of the tense, what you're using in the whole article, because you should present your article in a very grammatical sense without any mistake or error. By reading your article, the author of the journal should have an idea, okay, it's very structured, it's very neat, without the student have presented it without any grammatical error, so we can move forward this journal. If you make so much of error in the tenses and you don't frame a sentence very properly, in a very amateur way, they think, okay, let's hold this article and we'll go for another article. So always have used this type of tenses while framing the sections of the manuscript. For abstract and sense, you have to use the past tense, what happened in the past. These are all the things happened in the past, and in the introduction thing, you have to contradict that. These are all the things I'm going to do. In abstract, you have to mention these are all the things already have done and published. In the introduction thing, you are going to mention what I'm going to do. So it should be in the present tense thing. And in the literature review also, you are going to mention the studies which are done in the past. So it should be obviously in the past tense. And in the methodologies also. Say for example, before you starting your work, you'll have a form or methodology, right? So I've used this method, I've gathered this thing, I've synthesized this. Whichever thing was already happened, it should be mentioned in the methodology. And in the results also, the same things goes for results and methodologies. I have done this method and I have got those results. So it should be also in the past tense thing. And in the discussion, again, discussion is sense, I have mentioned it as a conversation between the reader and the author, so it should be in the present tense. I'm talking to you about this, and I find this I got these data by doing this study. And in the conclusion is also the same. I have done these many things in the past. In the present, I've got this thing, summarizing your whole study. And the thing is, next one is the types of literature review. And I hope from the crowd, they have audience will be have already published their manuscripts, or they are in their way to publish their manuscripts, or some are very beginners. So I want to let all them know about the types of review you can do. If if you're a beginner, just now you got an idea about what's manuscript publishing and all, always go for a literature review kind of thing. It's very easy because it's a very qualitative thing. You don't have any numbers. You don't want to. You don't have to publish your thing in a biostat manner. You don't have to do any data analysis or any interpretation. You don't have to give any figures or tables to interpret your results. It's just a qualitative thing of telling your topic. If you're taking any topic on, say for example, Alzheimer's, just you have to collect the data so far available in the forum, in the already published articles. Collect those informations and rephrase it, and if you have any new approach in treating Alzheimer's, mention those, and you can publish it in the type called review literature. You don't have to put any stat, you don't have to use any materials or methods. Just from already published article, you have to collect the details available, and if you have any new methods to treat those disease, you are mentioning it and you are publishing it. That's all. It's a very easy type. It's for beginners, literature review, and it also will take around 3 to 4 months in publishing it, not like RCTs or systematic review. And next comes systematic review. If you've already published 2-3 articles in literature review, you have done your academic projects, it's well and good. Now you can go for a systematic review. It's the next stage of publishing thing. It's a bit difficult. It may take around a year to publish your results, but it's very worth it. If you have published, you've done 2 to 3 systematic reviews, when you're appearing for an interview, it will be a very bonus thing for you, because there's a chance the interviewer may ask the whole questions from your projects. It is also very rewarding thing if you did a project in a systematic review. The interviewer may think you have very deep knowledge in clinical research and article publishing. And then next comes meta-analysis. Systematic review and meta-analysis. Only after performing systematic review you can go for meta-analysis. It is also a higher end of publishing your article. It is also a bit difficult. You may need a biostatistician help for publishing your results. It's like a complex data analysis, statistical method to provide the results. You can either stop with systematic review, or if you have interest, you can proceed with the meta-analysis. It is also a higher end rewarding publishing type. And then next comes a list of pharmacy journals. These are all the list of pharmacy journals I have mentioned here. If you want to take a snap of it, you can. If you are searching for any good pharmacy journals to publish your articles, kindly you can go for it. You can search author information in those journals. If you find it this is a fit for you, kindly go for it and publish your articles in these journals. I think a few of them are free journals, and others are you should pay some amount to publish your data. So kindly find this pharmacy journals. It will be very useful for you to publish your work. And in the side there's a picture, right? I have mentioned Q1, Q2, Q3 journals. There is a 4 types of cohortized journals. Like Q1 in the sense 25% of top journals. The impact factor will also be high. Impact factor is the thing which a journal will be rewarded based on the number of articles they have published. If they have a higher impact factor, say for example, some journals may have 10, 12, or there are journals which have 96, 98 impact factor also. So if the impact factor is high, the quality of journal is also high. It's directly proportional, the quality of journal and the impact factor. So always aim for a higher impact factor journals. Some may be payable, but few Q1 journals are also free. So kindly search and publish your work in a very quality journal. Kindly don't go for predatory journals. Say for example, they will collect your data, they will hold it for many years, they won't even publish it. Even if you are keep on asking them through mail communication, they won't reply you. So be aware of choosing a correct journal for the topic you're doing. And then we have reached the end of the session. In the summary of the session, I hope you have gotten pretty much an idea and understand the methods and techniques should be used for manuscript writing. and what are all the different sections from the abstract till the reference, what are all the sections mandatory to frame a manuscript, and different type of reviews. Say for example, literature review, systematic review, meta-analysis, and I've also given a types of journals. So that's what I want to mention. I think the picture here is visible. What's holding you back? So there's nothing holding you back, I hope. So there's no right time to start your journals. So I wish everyone will start writing the journal from today or within this week. Yeah, at least you guys should start working like what is manuscript. You have to read the literatures available so you can get an idea. If you have any topics already, if you have any topics, you can start writing. You can do research on those topics and methods. You can start writing. So that's all for this session. If you have any questions, I'm open for questions.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for such an enlightening session. Your detailed explanation.
Thank you.
Your detailed explanation covering everything from crafting an effective title to correctly formatting references was both comprehensive and insightful. It has greatly helped everyone understand the nuances involved in scientific writing. Thank you so much again. Now I would request everyone to drop their questions in the chat box and I'll read out to you.
Yeah, sure.
Guys, you can start dropping your questions in the chat box.
I think one question was, I think you can read Devraj sir questions.
Before that, we have Shruti's question that what is the difference between reference and review of literature?
Yeah, sure. It's a very good question. Review of literature is a part which comes after the introduction. So you will review, like say for example, if you review 50 of literatures, I have shown you a table, right? Once again. See, this is how you should present your review of literature. You have reviewed this literature completely. From that, I have got this method and sample, this result, and this conclusion part. From this, only this part, like in the first box, right, in the referencing style. This referencing style you should put in the reference area. You should give a detailed explanation about the study in the review of literature. Only the title should be mentioned in the referencing part. But I guess in most of the journals, they won't expect to provide a review of journal. There's no need to give the review of journal. Referencing is alone enough. From that, they will search for the article. But few journals may ask both review of literature and referencing style. In that case, you have to mention detailedly about the study in the review of literature section. In the end of the study, only the title should be mentioned as a referencing style.
Okay, I hope it's clear, Shruti. Next.
Clear.
Can we go for next? Yeah.
Ma'am.
Okay, for next question is, for start, which software we will have to use? If you please mention, will Excel not helpful? And another question, if you please tell, ma'am, if I have more results, then how I manage to represent it in 5 or 6 diagrams?
First question is about softwares, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Excel is an amazing software. In that also you have statistical methods like chi-square test, and I hope 2 or 3 parametric test is available in Excel. Kindly watch videos for the software thing before representing your before starting your statistics method. And the another software is which I have used is SPSS. I think you should purchase it, or some cracked version is also available. I think version 3 or 4. You can use SPSS. It is more detailed version. In Excel, you have very limited type of statistical thing, but in SPSS, you have very broad way of statistical test. So in that you can just mention your data. Automatically it will provide you results. You can just you have to just select the parametric test you want to represent it, and then you have to mention all the data. Say for example, these many population, like from age of 20 to 50, and side by side the result they have got. If you put those in the table, automatically if you select the statistical test, it will automatically give the table or whichever plot you want. So you can copy paste those plot. You can copy those plot and you can paste it in the article. And another version is SAS software you can use, but I think it is not free of cost. So the best thing you can, if you are a beginner, you can use SPSS. There are so much of videos available. Kindly go through it before starting your statistic part.
And next part is, if I have more results, then how I manage to represent it in 5 or 6 diagrams.
5 or 6 diagrams. Okay, fine. If you have more results, say for example, what to say? If you have 20 different kinds of results, it is always better to do 10 in a pie chart. Don't put all your 20 results in a pie chart. So sometimes it may irritate the readers or your journal authors. It's not understandable. So if you give some, I think it's very I think it's very different based on the type of articles you're going to present. So individuals have to decide. So if you have a better idea, these are all the results. It will be very understandable. If I present this in a pie chart, it is difficult to understand. So I represent this in a bar diagram. It is very easy to understand. So I'll give it in a readable paragraph form. And the other method also, you can search for the articles that is already published, and they will also have similar kind of results, right? So see those results. What are all the results they have presented in a readable form, and what are all the results they have used pie chart. Based on that, search for 20, 30, up to 50 articles. From that you will definitely get an idea. It's very individual perspective. So without reading the topic, without knowing the topic, I can't tell you these are all the results. You can present it in a readable form. You can present it in a pie form. I can give you a very shallow idea. I think it's very individual perspective. You should decide based on the articles so far published. Kindly search those, and definitely you'll get the idea from those articles.
Great. So next question from Harshada is, ma'am, can you please share a personal experience that influenced your perspective on topic?
Avi, can you read it again?
Yes, ma'am, can you please share a personal experience that influenced your perspective on topic?
Like he's asking for how I selected the topics for my work.
Yes, your perspective. I guess it's your personal perspective, how it influenced while deciding a topic.
Yeah, sure. Like before, during my 5th year, everyone will be assigned an academic project, right? Based on that, I have assigned a group, and we have to select 10 topics. Initially, I didn't have any idea on choosing what topic should be there. So I searched for rare topics. Like say for example, if you put any cancer topics or anything in the PubMed database, you will have 100 of articles so far published. In that hundreds of articles you have to select, like they have already done this in adult population, they have already done this in a geriatric population. Now I'll choose a different population, or they've already done this in this drug, so I'll choose a different drug. So you should have an extensive search of articles available in the journals. Like you can take Springer, Elsevier, Scopus. It's very best to do extensive research in Scopus before starting your work. Kindly have, like I searched before selecting my topic, I did a research nearly for a month before selecting my topic. So always have an extensive research. before choosing a topic. These are all not available. These are all very rare. Only 10 articles are published in this. So I'll select this. There's a high chance of getting you selected in the journals if you take any rare topics, or very only few results are available, but only very few are published. So always go for a rare topic. There's a chance of getting selected in the journal. Don't go for very common topics. There will be n number of articles in common topics. Always choose very rare disease, very new drug, or any novel drug. Always go for those kind of topics.
Okay. So next question is from Sheikh Sumaya. That, ma'am, from your experience, what are the key reasons manuscripts get rejected, and how can one improve their chances of acceptance?
Yeah, there are n number of things for rejections. Always I'm stressing out the point, kindly read the author guidelines. What the mistake I have did in my thing is, I didn't read the author guidelines completely. So they have asked only for 250 words of abstracts and 2 pages of introduction. But I did 500 words of abstract, and I went for 3 to 4 pages. Detailedly, I gave very unnecessary information in the introduction part. So I got I didn't got rejected. From them, I have got a reply like change it, revise it, and then submit it back. So I got those reply. Always thrice or how many times you want, you can read the author guidelines. If you are in a group, make everyone to read the author guidelines before submitting the journals. If you think this author guidelines is not fit for me, they have only 250 words limit, but my abstract is 300 words. I have to present all the 300 words. It's very important. So go for another journal. You have n number of options available for the journals. So read every author guidelines before starting your work. Before choosing the title also, you can go and read for author guidelines, and according to that you can rephrase your manuscript. The one point I want to stress here is, it is also a good way. You can write your manuscript and you can choose the journal you want, but the better way is choose the journal. If you have an idea, like of if you want to choose a breast cancer, hypertension, diabetes, based on that have 10 number of journals, 20 number of journals. Read those author guidelines. Based on that guidelines, frame your manuscript. It don't go backward. First doing manuscript and searching for journals. First search journals, have 5 to 6 number of journals shortlisted, and then go for manuscripts. It will be very easy. Based on the guidelines, you can structure your manuscript. And also the thing is, like find the articles that are published in that journal in the same pattern. They have followed the guidelines and they have published there. So it will be easy. Based on that, you can frame your manuscripts.
Okay, so Ankit wants to ask, hello ma'am, my question is, how do you recommend balancing the presentation of clinical data and theoretical background in the scientific manuscript?
Balancing what? Presentation of clinical data.
Yes.
Okay. First, as of my understanding, is always, I think his question is about the results, right? Results of the study.
Yes. It's balancing the presentation of clinical data and theoretical background.
Okay. If you want to be very precise, also you can ask another question, but I'll try to answer this thing. Clinical data in the result thing, as I've mentioned, you have used in the materials and methods, you have used this materials to obtain this kind of clinical data. Okay. You have obtained, say for example, 30 results. In the 30 results, everything will not be relevant to your study. Some journals may accept all those 30 results you have got. Some journals may ask for only these specific results is enough for me. So in that case, only choose wisely your results and present it in a structured or using figures and tables manner. Don't put all irrelevant results to your studies. I think I hope I have answered that question.
Yes. So for next, Atul has this question that, can you suggest some PubMed indexed free or hybrid journals for beginners?
Yeah, 1 second. I'll show my presentation. Is my screen visible? See here, the third journal, right? Journal of Pharmaceutical and Biological Sciences. It's a PubMed indexed and free journal. And there's also another journal called Journal of Pharmaceutical Sciences. And the another journal is Journal of Basic Pharmacology is there. And from this also, like Journal of Young Pharmacist, Journal of Pharmaceutical and Biomedical Analysis, it is also free of cost, and pharmacy related to your topic journals.
The screen hasn't been shared yet, but I think it will get shared
1
later
second.
because it is sliding a bit.
Yeah, is it visible now? Hello?
Yes, ma'am, it's visible now.
Yes,
Yeah,
ma'am.
in this the third one, Journal of Pharmaceutical and Biological Sciences, and the Asian Journal of Pharmaceutical and Clinical Research, Journal of Young Pharmacists, and also few of journals like Journal of Basic Pharmacology. These are all the free journals available. So one more thing, in selecting the free journals, kindly select a journal which is relevant to your topic. So don't go for a vast type of journal. If it's your article is from a pharmacology background, go for a pharmacology journal, biomedical and pharmacological journal. If it's related to toxicology, search for toxicological free journals. Don't publish your work in an irrelevant journal.
Okay, ma'am. So next question is from Harshada. Ma'am,
Yeah.
actually for new beginners, what are the correct ways to publish the manuscript?
For beginners, 1 minute. Give me a minute. Yeah. These are all the 10 to 11 topics for beginners to compose or to organize your manuscript. In this, you can skip the 9th part. It's very optional, as I mentioned earlier. But all other rest of the 10 parts is very necessary. First, frame a title. It's like a 1-line or 2-line title. Write 250 to 300 word abstract. Select 5 or 6 keywords. Write 2 paragraph, like 1 page or 2 page introduction. Go for a method. In that method, you have to mention a statistical test you're going to use to obtain a particular result. In the result, if you say, for example, you have 10 results, obtain 10 different results using a drug and relating a disease, write down all the 10 results, or based on the journal requirement, you can shortlist the results and be precise with the discussion. It's a conversation between the reader and the author. In the discussion, mention like I have selected these 4 studies. In those 4 studies, they have got this kind of result. I got different kind of result, or I also obtained the same result. Clear, and then come for a clear conclusion, like 6 to 7 lines of conclusion is pretty much enough. And then write the references. For beginners, I'll always used to say, start with a review article. Like you have to review all the manuscripts or articles available in the journal, and from that you'll collect all the points, rephrase it, and add any new updates available and publish your work. Review article is very good for beginners. In that you don't have to write materials, methods, discussions, results and all. It's a very qualitative method of representing things. And write the references. For example, you can always limit your references, like 10 to 20 is pretty much enough if you're going to do a review article. And for review article, prepare like figures and tables is also not necessary. You can put all those things in a readable paragraph form. So these are all the 10 topics which is necessary for the beginners. And You can also add some other points here, but for beginners, it's pretty much enough to start writing a manuscript in an organized way.
Great. So next question is from Shirin. That ma'am, what is the difference between corresponding and co-authors?
What is the difference between corresponding and co-authors? Okay, fine. The corresponding authors, or maybe they will give very less input to your work. Say, for example, I'm a pharmacy student. I'm doing a work in a pharmacy division, but I'm getting a help from a surgery department or doctors, or from a cardiology department authors. They'll give very minimalized input for my study. They'll give a very outline, or they don't have to do pretty much of a work in the project. They will come as a corresponding author because they have given outline. From that outline, you have to structure everything. You have to come to a conclusion. You have to select the methods. You have to do everything. Okay. They will come under the corresponding authors. Like, they will lead you, they will guide you. They won't do a groundwork level. And then comes co-author. Co-author is your teammates, is your classmates, or your seniors or juniors who are all going to work, or who are all going to frame the methods. They will be doing the groundwork along with you. You are going to travel throughout the period of the till the end of the study, like 6 months or 1 year. Those are all the co-authors. The person who is guiding you, giving only very less input, only leading you, not pretty much involved in the groundwork, or the corresponding authors.
Okay, she also wants to ask what is the difference between first author and co-author?
Yeah, same. First author is the corresponding author, and co-author is the first author is your guide. Who is assigned for you will be the first author. But most of the times we won't use a term called first author. That is, in most of the international journals, or in many of the Indian journals also, they will use only corresponding authors and co-authors.
Guys, we are so sorry for not taking up all the questions, but we have just 2 questions left. Like, we'll only take two more questions, and because the next speaker is also waiting. So, like, ma'am, the next question is, ma'am, from Anand, that which international journal publications best for beginners? How can get benefit of my research paper publication?
Okay, I always suggest for the beginners, go for the Indian journals rather selecting the international thing, because most of the times the international journals will be payable, or they will expect more of the revised versions of yours. So for the beginners, always go for the Indian journal. If you're going for a review literature, or you're submitting your original articles, first go with the Indian journals. If you got published, and if you got any experience from that thing, then go for the international journals. If you are publishing your first work, you have very much of a quality, you have produced very good results, well and good, you can choose international journals. But in my opinion, always go for Indian journals first for beginners. From there, gain a lot of experience, how they are selecting your work, or they are rejecting, or they are asking for revisions. And then from there, you collect many experience and submit your work in the. You can modify your work. You can you can add different objectives. You can add different results, and you can submit the same work in the international journal on the second time.
Great. So, like, Dr. Boni, next question. Dr. Boni wants to ask, if we are not the principal author, we are the co-author. So can we add this journal to our profile and CV?
Yeah, sure. Definitely you can add. As a co-author, you've worked in a ground level, you have framed the materials and methods, you have collected the data all along. There's nothing wrong in adding it in your profile. And I'm also a co-author in my first project. I've added it in my CV. But you should know the top to bottom, A to Z of the work. You should know from the abstract till the conclusion. You should know all the information, what are all mentioned in the manuscript before updating it in your CV. So in case if interviewer, if say for example you have done your work in the 4th year of your PharmD and you're appearing for an interview in the 6th year, there's 2-year gap, right? If your interviewer asks what are all the methods you have used for this project, you should not struggle there. Every time before appearing for an interview, you should brush all your publications you have done from the start till the end. What are all the materials used? What are all the research references you have searched for that article? You should brush all the details and you should appear for an interview. Definitely you can add your work in the CV if you're a co-author. There's nothing wrong.
Great. If Swami wants to ask another question, you can unmute yourself and ask.
Yeah. Hi.
Pharmacy student and pharmacy student. Ma'am, is it no problem to change the yes, ma'am. Is it no problem to change the study title or study methodology a little after the actual approval of IEC of our protocol, ma'am?
Yeah. There's nothing wrong in doing it, but you should be careful. Say for example, if you are a PhD student, PhD will be around 5 or a minimum of 4 to 5 years, right? They will have 3 to 4 objectives. In the first half of the year, they will meet the first objective and they will publish it as a individual publication. And in the second year, third year, they will meet the second and third objective and they will publish it into a different paper. So during the course of the whole PhD, 4 to 5 years, in the single project, they will do 4 to 5 publications by meeting different level of objectives. Same, you can, if you want to publish it in a different way. Say for example, you have 3 objectives. You can publish first 2 objectives as an individual article and the third objective as the next individual article. But make sure you don't, you have to do a major changes before publishing it. Like rephrasing the words alone will not be acceptable as an individual article. You have to, if you, for example, if you do a chi-square test in the first half of the project and got a different result, and second you are using different parametric test and you got different result, it is very good to publish it as an individual article. So you, from the same topic, it is very good, very well you got 2 publications instead of doing 2 different topics. So always choose a wide topic. From that you can get 2 or 3 articles.
Yes, ma'am. And ma'am, another doubt.
Yeah.
How do you give reference for any article or matter from Medscape or Micromedics, etc.?
I prefer not to use those types of apps for my referencing style, because you should have a standard article for your referencing type, right? Most of the journals, most of the reputed journals won't accept Medscape and Micromedics styling of referencing. In case if you have to use Micromedics also, just you have to copy the link and you will paste it, right? It's not a correct way to do it. So maximum of the time, avoid using Micromedics Medscape referencing. I won't personally prefer it, because it's just an app, right? There's no scientifically proven thing based on the research study. So always go for original article referencing. In case it's very rare topic, there's no other referencing, only 10 is available, then you can go for Micromedics and Medscape. Just you can like copy the link and topic and you can paste that. There's no particular type of referencing those links.
Thank you, ma'am. A last small doubt, ma'am.
Yeah.
Ma'am, in the order or sequence of naming investigators, does it have a role? Like first name person has dedicated more work in the study?
No, obviously not. Most of the journals, like they will ask to name them in an alphabetical order. If your name comes in yes, if somebody is in a A, they will get the first place there, and if someone is in C, they will get second, and yours is third, and someone is in C, they will get last place. It doesn't mean the person named with C have contributed very less. That's what I have mentioned in previously also. Before going for interview, brush up everything, and the interviewer will also don't judge like his name is first, so he have contributed more. Not like that. Everybody will know 4 of them have jointly worked for this, but you should tell the interviewer or anywhere you go, what is your project, what is your contribution means, you should be you should be able to tell from the abstract till the conclusion what you have contributed. Even if you have contributed only for the materials and methods, but you should know all the things that have happened the 1 year period from the abstract till the conclusion. You should be well versed before sitting for an interview.
Thank you for this information.
I guess that's pretty much it. We have another question that Sheikh.
I think we can finish the Q&A here. The other speaker has been waiting for quite a time. What is the benefit of
Publishing an article in Student Life, I think ma'am has explained pretty well.
I think this question is very important. So, I think the Q&A is over. Just take it conclude.
Yes, thank you so much, ma'am. It was a great interactive session. And thank you for your valuable contribution. We are grateful for your time and effort and the clarity with which you shared your experiences. And thank you for your valuable time.
Thank you, Cheshta, thank you, Bhumi, and thank you, the Student Forum, for inviting me. And I also wish everyone start writing the manuscript after the session. Kindly publish as soon as possible. Thank you so much, everyone. All the best for your future.
Thank you, ma'am. If you wish to leave, you can you can leave the meeting.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Bye. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I'll now pass the administration back to my co-host Bhumi, who will be with you for the next session. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to be your host. Over to you, Bhumi.
Yes, thank you, Cheshta.
Can you please share the presentation? I don't think ma'am said share the presentation with you, Swami. I think some speakers like to keep it with themselves. Okay, so the next session is going to start. I hope you're all very excited for it. I'll start with the speaker introduction. A lot of you have been asking about the feedback form. It will be shared during the vote of thanks, so you have to stay till the end. Okay. So I would be honored to extend a very warm welcome to our last speaker for the day, Dr. Devraj Mukhopadhyay. He has received his bachelor's in pharmacy from Uttarakhand Technical University, his master's in pharmacy from Delhi Pharmaceutical Sciences and Research University, and his PhD from University of Cagliari, Sardinia, Italy. He is here with his abundant experience in the field. He is currently working as a project assistant at ARRDIA project in Cagliari, Italy. He is also a virtual intern at Semmelweis University in Budapest, conducting systematic review on pathological and molecular characteristics on patients with secondary small cell lung cancer. He also has scientific publications under his name, which is systematic review and meta-analysis on the role of microRNAs as early biomarkers of asbestos-related lung cancer, and a critical review on the effect of particulate matter in air on public health. He also volunteers in environmental initiatives such as Protect Our Planet and Plastic Tide Turtles. He is here today to present on the theme Regulatory Riddles and Ethical Pathways Clinical Trial Symposium. On behalf of the Society of Clinical Research and Medical Professionals, I am grateful to host you, sir, and I am very excited to hear from you. Over to you, sir.
Is my voice audible?
Yes, sir, it is audible.
First of all, thank you so much for inviting me in this outstanding forum for the students. Thank you so much
for your patience, sir. I know you have been waiting for a long time. Thank you so much.
No problem. You know, this is for the students, and we are all students. I am still studying. I am a PhD student, so no worries for that. Actually, this forum, this discussion is very much important nowadays, because now the advancement, the upgrade, everything is very, rising towards day by day, globally and nationally also. So no problem. Okay, so I am sharing my screen. Please allow me to do so. Okay. Is my screen visible?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Fine. So is my presentation slides visible?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you so much for your kind introduction and everything. So now I am starting. So basically, I am doing my PhD here in Italy. I am from University of Cagliari and also the project assistant at asbestos-related respiratory diseases in industrial areas. My area of research is lungs. So I'm basically a respiratory epidemiologist, which I am working. So today's topic, what the forum given me, that regulatory riddles and ethical pathways, a clinical trial symposium. So moving further, I am on the next slide, that is the outline slide, that the history of clinical trial, background, requirements to conduct clinical trials in India, regulatory riddles, issues and challenges, potential regulatory challenges in international clinical trials, ethical ways to conduct clinical trials, conclusion and reference. No worries, I know this is the dinner time and it is the last speaker round. I know everyone is very tired. No worries, it will not take more than 30 minutes. And the question and answer I would like to address at the end of my presentation. So moving further. So, in this slide, in the first slide, I would like to share the history, like from where the clinical trial concept and how it is slowly progressing to the human beings. So from 500 BC to, you can see in the left side of the corner that the Bible, the book of Daniel, the Bible here, everything is mentioned. Then moving further, James Lind is the first physician to have the conducted clinical trial. Then followed by a placebo clinical trial in 1863. Then followed by the introduction of the obligation to carry out toxicological test. Okay. Then so on, 1943, and after that 1946. Then the most important part is 1947 Nuremberg Court, which is based on Germany on the Nazi effect. And then moving further, 1964, the Declaration of Helsinki. Without this conduction, we can't do the clinical trial. It is very much important. The discussion happened in Helsinki, Finland. Moving further, 1997, ICH guidelines. So from there, the updated revenue versions are ongoing and it is discussing still now, because day by day the issues, the challenges, the progress happening for the clinical trials period. So for this reason, it's very important to do so. Now I add one very interesting thing which happened unknowingly, because in the 16th of century, because those are old days, in the very well-known French surgeon Ambroise Paré, who undertook an unintentional trial for the battlefield of wounds when the standard supplies of treatment, boiling oil, ran out. Alternatively, he applied digestive mixture of turpentine, egg yolk, and oil of roses for sealing the soldier wounds. The antiseptic properties in the turpentine meant that this group of soldiers were overall better condition than the soldiers who had received the hot oil. So from there, unknowingly, sometimes it is a miraculous thing, but this is true that in this way, this guy, the French surgeon, developed that unknowingly unintentional clinical trial happened. So it's very interesting thing. So I put it in my slide. So this is the little bit about the history of the clinical trial. I mean how it slowly and gradually, developed and progressed from Nuremberg, then Helsinki, then the international clinical guidelines for the clinical trials. So these are very important things. So please remember for that. Then moving further to the background. So yes, this is true that India is a vast country, okay, and the burden of diseases also vast. So as per a report from the global burden of diseases in the year of 2019, that 98 lakhs or 16,000 Indians succumbed to the medical illness. Then obviously non-communicable diseases like cancer, respiratory diseases, cardiovascular diseases, diabetes, these are the most common non-communicable diseases, reason for the mortality, and it estimated that 60% of that death yearly happened due to NCD to the Indian population. Then moving further, in recent years, now the industry association is very important in this scenario, because clinical trials has been niche indications such as mild to moderate hypertension, diabetes patient, metformin therapy, obviously, then hepatitis C, triple negative metastatic breast cancer, hormone-resistant prostate cancer with bone metastasis, etc. Daily adjusted life in years, which is daily estimates, are available macro level, but not for a subset of disease, because this is really true, and obviously the saddest part that before 2005 and in between the 2005 to 2010, the participation on the clinical trials from the Indian side is very different, very altered. The international industrial organization like multinational company Roche, GlaxoSmithKline, Sanofi, then Novo Nordics, these companies are not that much aware that in Indian situation, the non-communicable disease are totally dispersed on the Indian to the mortality, Indian main mortality. And then obviously these are the main reasons which the Indian population lacking that kind of preservation of the data set. So for this reason, it is very much important that without the proper data set, without having the proper evidence, in scientific term it called the evidence generation, because without knowing the data, without knowing the evidence generation, no industrial association will not be happening in the Indian scenario. So, and India is also the vast country. So these are the saddest part, but this is true that industrial association are important. But from 2010 till now, the association of the industrial bodies and also the international governing agencies are proactive for preparing the medicines, obviously, and also the devices, and obviously conducting the clinical trial inside our country. It's very much good thing, because slowly now in the global scenario, everyone known about that India having this kind of situation, having this kind of issues to the population. Then moving further, one of the fundamental aims of developing new molecular entity, which is NME, is to fulfill the unmet medical need in a therapeutic area. Recently, Central Drug Standard Control Organization (CDSCO) issued an official order directing all sponsors, contractual research organizations (CRO), and medical institutions applying for conduct of clinical trials to provide information on unmet need in that particular country, as I mentioned previously. So this is a little bit about the background. I mean, why a clinical trial is required, what is the history I told in the previous slide. Then moving further, requirement. Now you know a little bit about what is clinical trial. I mean, everyone is studying in the Chandigarh University, most of the students from that place. If I'm not wrong, if I'm wrong, I'm very sorry for that. But I talked with one student over there. So my point is that now everyone is knowing, because you are a student, I am also a student, that how clinical trial, good clinical practice, the clinical research organization, how actually propagate or how actually worked. So now my point is that how you modify yourself as a clinical research professional to conduct the clinical trials with proper knowledge, proper evidence, proper understanding, and the requirements. So step by step, I am trying to elaborate. First is, before initiating any clinical trial, the sponsor, I mean, who is giving you the fund to conduct the clinical trial, because for conducting the clinical trial is very much expensive, very much costly process, because lot of documentation, lot of manpower, lot of agencies are totally associated with each other for conducting the particular clinical trial. And for this reason, in India, you have to take the approval from the Drug Controller General of India, DCGI, then Institutional Ethics Committee. The trial must also comply with the Indian Good Clinical Guidelines. Obviously, this is the first thing, you have to take the approval. Then second, the essential documents. Obviously, when you are going to apply for anywhere, they have the forms, they have the requirement, they have the required documents over there. So that will definitely include the clinical trial application form, investigation brochure, I mean, where everything is, from A to Z, everything is mentioned, like a manuscript paper, from top to bottom, what the research team or what the principal investigator team tried to conduct. That is totally mentioned in the manuscript paper. It's the same thing almost, that investigation brochure. protocol, informed consent form, ethics committee approval letter. These are the major documentations required to apply to the governing authority in India. Okay. Then third thing is that bioavailability and the bioequivalence. Studies must be conducted in compliance with the Drugs and Cosmetic Act and obviously good clinical practice guidelines. Additionally, these studies require approval from the DCGI. Simultaneously, you have to conduct bioavailability and bioequivalence study. Then moving further, adverse events must be promptly reported. If anything happened during the unknown medication to the human body or human population, that is called more or less the adverse event or adverse situation, adverse drug report. So for this reason, you must have to report to the DCGI, then the Institutional Ethical Committee, and obviously the sponsor. The most important part is that you have to take approval each and every step, whether you are administrating anything or whether you want to do something on that particular drug or placebo, whatever it is, to the particular population. Each and every step you have to give the letter. Each and every step you have to alert or awake everyone that we are the field team. We are going to give this kind of thing to the patient population. Then obviously prepare the reports. Then the reporting timelines, requirements are clearly outlined in the Indian GCP guidelines to ensure safety trial participants. So more or less, I summarized some steps which are very much important for the requirement to conduct clinical trials in the Indian scenario in our country. Okay, then moving further. Now, regulatory details. So, as I told, that epidemiological evidence or whatever the scientific evidence, then current cancer surveillance system. I am putting one example. Obviously, I got from the review of literature part that in the Gujarat and the Andhra Pradesh, these are the two states. From the study, they suggested that the cervical cancer incidence do not claim as the large burden of the human papilloma virus, but review of literature suggested that human papilloma virus are the main cause of the incidence of cervical cancer, and these are the human papilloma virus having so many factors, so many different types. So my point is that one study from the path conducted in Andhra Pradesh and Gujarat, there undoubtedly the literature suggested that no study of the HPV prevalence, human papilloma virus prevalence, and human papilloma virus distribution conducted in Gujarat and Andhra Pradesh. For that reason, the cervical cancer, the role of vaccination program, the evidence of the scientific database, in which basis or which perspective you have to focus on the particular system, are not that much satisfied. So this is the main issue, because either they did not conduct the study or they omit, the authorities omit for that. So for this reason, the absolute epidemiological evidence and the current cancer surveillance system must have to be proactive to check and verify that what's going on. What is the incidence of the cervical cancer on that particular two states. So these are the main issues. Then secondly, evidence generation, as I told. So for the evidence generation, the systematic review and the meta-analysis always give the potential result for understanding how the scenario or how the actual things are going on. So for that reason, how to assess the potential clinical benefits of new therapy in comparison with therapy available. That means, just one example, I want to share that there is one particular molecular drug named X. Okay, then it is already available in the market. Okay, then slowly another drug, another new molecule, another active pharmaceutical ingredient tried to come through the clinical trial process, okay, on the particular market. So if particular A and particular B component, obviously B component having much potency, much efficacy than the A component, obviously, and it is true. So hypothetically, if I take comparison, we need the proper scientific evidence from both of the component, like for the component of A and component of B. So if I compare now, for comparison, scientific evidence is very much important. Just in layman language, the data already published in our language, the data already published in the scientific database, either from the PubMed or either from the Science Direct. These are the, either from the NIH database. It should be present, otherwise it's very difficult. So it is very much important that with the evidence generation, you can access the potential effect, adverse effect, the clinical benefit, obviously the quality for the new therapy in comparison to oldest therapy available in India. So for this reason, one scientific database I mentioned, that is Cochrane scientific database. If you check in the Cochrane database, that is the registered systematic and review and meta-analysis site. Okay, nowadays I want to include that whether you are going to do any systematic review, you must have to register in the Cochrane database, and you will have to get the particular number for that. So with that number, you can claim that the study or the systematic review you are going to do was not previously conducted by anyone. So it is very much important. Otherwise, they will not give you the particular number and they reject your application, and it is true. Then moving further, so always remember the surveillance and the suggested evidence. These are the total, I don't say neglected, I must say that omitted, due to larger number of population. Second thing is that, people always try to find the higher impacted things rather than lower impact things. So people having this tendency. So, it is not wrong, but the situation in our country is like that, is similar. So it is true. And, most important part is our large population. So these are the two regulatory hurdles first. Then moving further, now what are the challenges and issues? So most important part is that the informed consent, obviously. The informed consent is the most important part. I mentioned in the second column that actual Food and Drug Administration, warning letter, citations, then other problems. So failure to obtain informed consent from the study subjects. The most important part is that human life. Your life is very important. You must have to take care of that. You always, if any person want to give you any unknown drug or unknown thing, you obviously reject it. This is true. Please think for the patients who are trying to survive, who are compromising with their quality of life. So in the similar way, it is very much important that whether the human being wanted to participate or not by taking the informed consent with the signature. It is very much important. You can't force him. This is true. Now, I must say that it is also compromised. Yes, because of anonymous reasons. I don't want to mention because it is against us, because we are the person who are responsible for the clinical trials. But most important part is that you must have to take the proper consent from the study subjects. Otherwise, you can't include the participants in the clinical trial. Then moving further, the protocol deviation and violation. Now, how it actually thinks: failure to inform institutional review board of changes to the protocol. Now, one example, you are doing any clinical trial, okay? You prepared your protocol, how you are going to conduct, like which place, for how many months, who will sponsor you, which study design, then which study subjects you are targeting, the study subjects are the vulnerable or not. Then you have to mention everything like that, from where you will collect the data, and also the how you will give the intervention, what are the medication, what are the placebo, everything you should have to mention in the protocol. Like as example, you are doing in your final year of your thesis, it's similar, almost similar. Just think, hypothetically. So you have to, if you want to change anything, as example, you must have to discuss with your supervisor. Same thing in the clinical trial situation, you must have to discuss the same thing with the institutional review board, because you have to take approval from the institutional review board, first thing. Second thing is that failure to conduct your study in accordance with approved protocol. Now, if you change anything, you must have to do the change procedure with the following timeline on the particular with the patients. So it is very much important. If you don't able to do, then please, it is not legible, and it is not the legal, because lot of lives, everyone is trying to compromise their quality of life with that particular unknown medication. It is in a layman language, it is true. Third thing is that drug and device accountability. Failure to maintain device accountability and records. Suppose one example, you are giving one drug to the patients, and suppose you are trying to get some potential effect of the particular drug or device, one example. Now how you have to check? The device will get you the results, and you have to maintain it on the record. Like I administered this kind of medication or the device to the patient, okay, and it gives the result. Now the result will take some time, okay, to generate, no problem, but you have to put the actual result to the record. Now here is the falsified data. I am also Indian. I have seen that lot of this should not be told, but this is true, that lot of Indian how can I say, bureaucrats, and also the principal investigator in higher level, try to not falsify, try to adulterate the data. It is true. This everyone knows that, but nobody tell about that. But being Indian, it's very much important that whatever you are getting the result from the patient, you should have to mention. Otherwise, depending on the result, not only that patient's life, but also millions of lives who are participating on that particular clinical trial are associated. So always remember on that. Now, fourth thing is that inadequate medical records. Suppose one example, there is given failure to maintain adequate and accurate records. Secondly, failure to maintain accurate, complete and current subject records. Obviously, from the patients having the proper medical history, you must have to check before, without telling him firstly that is the patient is eligible to include the clinical trial or not, from the patient case history. And obviously you need to check this with the registered medical practitioner. Now doctors' role are very important. So with their help and obviously our expertise, we collaborate, and then we try to discuss the patient is available for the inclusion or not. Now then we should have to go for the informed consent, like I have seen this medical record, you are surviving with this complication, and then I want to request for participating in our study. Now the most important part is that there some manipulation on the medical case report. It happened in India, mostly in India and obviously in China. I have seen, and I also reading in the review of literature. It is true, but nobody is taking care, nobody is taking action. Everyone is rushing that if the clinical trial succeed, then we will get more contracts, because CROs, industrialization, they are also connecting. Okay, and most important, the actual faith that I don't know the patient. I don't have to take, why I will take care of the patient? Is he my mother? Is he my father? Is he my family member? Is he my friend? No. So people having tendency to rush it. No, this is absolutely wrong. The most challenging thing is that you have to check the record, and obviously prepare the record after administering that particular medication. These are the main issues happening inside India. But this is true. Slowly, the organizations, the administrations are actually concerned about that and understanding what are the manipulation, adulteration things happening in that particular scenario. So in this way they understand everything, and slowly it's slowly progressing to the legitimate way. Then last thing is IRB approval not obtained. The most important part is that failure to adhere to the general and specific responsibilities of a clinical investigator. Now, the clinical investigator is like the corresponding author of your manuscript. It's similar because how he or she imagining the layout. It's if you are watching cinema, it's the director thing, how he or she actually visualizing that from the beginning and to the ending, how you will showcase yourself in the particular scenario. True. Now the most important part is that with the aspect of clinical investigator, with the aspect of co-principal investigator, you must have to take charge if you are the clinical investigator of that particular scenario, that whatever is happening already written in the protocol and pre-planned. So you have to give the notice and give the everything that I am going to do this, I am taking the record, I am administrating this. You must have to take these updates and approval from the institutional review board. Sometimes who are smart principal investigators, I must have to say, because this is the saddest part and nobody have this control. They always take the initiative and try something which is not written. This is true, it happened previously, but nowadays due to strict guidelines, slowly it's coming into the proper rational way. So IRB approval if not obtained, it is very much discarded and for the lacking for the quality of life for the patients. So in this way, these are the major issues happening in particular clinical trials happening in India, conducted in India. Then moving further, third point, as I mentioned, that scientific databases having the limitation on the data, particularly adverse event. In addition, as I mentioned previously, that Cochrane reviews may not available for a special medical condition for which the trial is designed. Even when Cochrane review is available, it is unlikely to include Indian data. As I mentioned before, 2005 or 2010, slowly, no, highly developed countries like US, UK, Australia, highly developed countries, high income countries don't want to take the data from India. This is true, and this is the saddest part. If you read the review of literatures, it is true. And even in the Cochrane database, you can't find anything from the data. If it is so, then Indian database having the regulatory approval for the small number of patients. It's very tough situation before 2010. But after that, with the involvement of different MNCs, different governing authorities, they associated with that, and then in this way they try to minimize the evidence gap on the adverse event. Then last thing, as I told, 70% of Indian population, I still believe, I am also from a village semi-urban situation of my country. It is near to Siliguri, Darjeeling area from Raiganj. So most of the people, most of the person who are healthcare professional having tendency to work in a good place, stay in a good place, but it is true. But the actual population residing in the 70% of Indian population residing in the semi-urban and the rural part of India. So when they are residing, that directly triggers the socio-economic factor. So for this reason, rural and semi-urban population of India, the actual situation, the actual scenario, nobody cares. They just overlooked. Everyone, the unmet need, the requirement of that particular area, that particular population, they are not taken considered on that particular basis. So it is true, but we can't do. But nowadays, CDSU, as I told, from the year of 2019, they mandate 50% of involvement of that particular clinical trial should have to be from the general district hospital and the medical college associated hospital. It is very much important. So from 2019, I told that slowly these regulatory details are minimizing because people awarening on that particular scenario. They try to alert everyone. So for this reason, 50% of that particular clinical trial population who are going to participate must have to be from the rural and obviously the district hospital. So in this way, slowly, maybe 1 decade after, the situation will improve. The situation will, move further. Then moving further. Now, what are the potential regulatory challenges in the international setup? Like I previously talked about the Indian scenario. What are the challenges? Now I am trying to focus on the potential regulatory challenges in international clinical trials. First thing is that limited expertise and capacity of local regulatory bodies. As example, before 2005 or we can say 2010, the expertise on this particular field, especially in the clinical research in India, very lacking. Okay. Now, international clinical trial authorities also have the governing authority on that particular country. Okay. They try to collaborate with each other, and then in this way they will discuss. So, most important part is that, like one example, one clinical trial is conducting in Kenya or Burundi. These are the low-income countries in the Africa, mostly in the African continent. I am talking about that. So they don't have that kind of expertise. They don't have. Now it is fine, but before that, no, it is not. And the capacity of the local regulatory bodies. So with that situation, the international clinical trials, how they will conduct, how they will do the research on that particular area. So it is true. Suppose one example I am giving, I am associated with one clinical trial from the Tata Memorial Hospital. Okay, from Italy, our research team is also associated with the same. Now I am the person who I am the working as a project assistant. They don't know our language. They don't able to survive in our country because of so many things. Here everything is just like utopian thing, but there you must have to take one expert, or you must have to take the person who is learning and give the expertise to them, give everything, the knowledge, and then send them. So I am the representative of this particular project who taking the project and directly went to Tata Memorial Hospital. Suppose this is the one example, like the collaboration, like the same thing, US person, UK person, or highly developed from Germany, they are going to Kenya, or they are preparing the epidemiologist or the clinical research professional or the public health professional to go there and then try to conduct the study. In this way, it will be minimized. Then moving further, multiple layers of review with inconsistent findings. Obviously, when you are trying to conduct anything, the results you will find, it should not be consistent. It is true. Suppose one experiment you are trying to do in chemistry lab, it is similar. Every time you will not get the proper result. It is similar as that. Then third thing, post-study drug provision and long-term commitment to provision of the treatment. Now, after giving the drug, it is very much important to check the results with the different phases of the trial. And without that is very, differ and altered. Now, fourth thing is that variation in standard for participant compensation for the trial-related injury. Like one example, in Italy, because I am also learning this, what I understood that if if anything happened to the participant, the government will give the full compensation of that particular damage or injury. This is the high income country situation. Is it similar in our country? No, this is not. So same thing I am doing in CDSCO, then US FDA, then Tata Memorial own IRB ethical committee. They don't have that much clause and statements on that particular. I am really claiming that because I work there and I have seen the major difference is that we have to fill lot of documentation, lot of forms, but at the end of the day, we will get 20% to 50% of the compensation. But here in the high income countries, obviously economic matters, but if they are evolving this, we must have to evolve the same situation like the international scenario. Nowadays, India is also evolving. So it is very much important that participants should have to take the compensation if any damage or injury happened from the trial. It is very much important because your life is very precious. The most important gift is your life. Always remember that. Then fifth point, increased scrutiny and restriction of biobanking and the repository research. It is true that the scrutiny, I told that verifying the record, taking the optimum results, restriction of the biobanking, not everywhere the biobank is present to take the results, to do the blood related results on the particular biobank. Very much important. This is the reason. This is the most important reason over there. Then ownership of the data and publication rights. Yes, when different organizations are collaborating with each other, at the end of the day, if you are a researcher, it is the harsh reality that everyone want to publish the data. Everyone want to share the data with the audience, with the scientific audience, scientific world first. So this is true. So the ownership, the rights, the publication, if everything is mentioned in the protocol, if you are developing any kind of protocol, I always told to the students and my supervisor, all my faculties from graduation, post-graduation, everyone is triggering me that you must have to know what's going on from A to Z. Otherwise, there is no work. Okay, the expertise, you have in some points, you have the higher expertise, you have the optimum expertise. Okay, advanced expertise and optimum expertise. But the low expertise in this particular level is not acceptable. So these are the major potential regulatory challenges in international clinical trials. Moving further, the ethical ways. So most important, as I mentioned before of my previous slides, that the Government of India new drug rules have been forced since 19 March 2019. According to the rules, a regulatory trial must have to register with CTRI before enrolling any participant. It's very much important. Then second thing, every research study designed to answer a specific question. Obviously, without having problem, without having situation, nothing arises, no study has been finished. So it is true, answering certain questions will have significant value for the society or for the present future patients with a particular illness. An answer to the research question should be important or valuable enough to justify asking people to accept some risk or inconvenience for others. Is very much important. Their consideration very much important. Then third point is that a study should be designed in a way that will get an understandable answer to the valuable research question. If you try to look the potency, safety, efficacy, obviously the adverse drug event, obviously, you must have to take each and every question on an understandable answer. And this should be the ideal methodology of conducting clinical trial. So this includes whether question of the researcher asking is answerable, then whether the research methods are valid and feasible, then whether the research study designed with a clear scientific objective and acceptable principle, methods and reliable practices. Very important. Then, who does the study need to include? The most important part. When you are checking anyone's case history or case report, you must have to study their present medical situation or present medical condition or existing medical condition. Otherwise, it's very difficult to get the proper thing accordingly the scientific authorities. To answer the question, is it asking or not, the primary basis for recruiting and enrolling groups and individuals should be scientific goals of the study, not vulnerable privilege or other factors related to the purpose of the study. Is very much important. Moving further, fifth point, uncertainty about the degree of risk and associated with the drug and device or procedure tested is inherent in clinical research. Otherwise, there would be a little point to doing the research. It's very much important. You have to know the risk, and obviously you must be optimistic all the time, because if you are doing something, you must have to be risk taker. Without risk, you can't get the reward. But now you are dealing with the patient's life or the damage or the injury. So you must have to certain or conscious about the risk and benefit ratio for any kind of research. Then moving further, for research to be ethical, most agree that individuals should make their own decision whether they want to participate or continue participating in the research. In the one side, you ask, okay, the patient agreed to participate in the study, and then you have the different dosage system. Now they want to, if they want to leave the study at any time, you should have to free him or her. It's very much important. It's very much important because everything should have to take consideration, and you must have to report to your governing authorities who are giving you the permission for the clinical trial. Then informed consent, obviously the purpose, method, risk, benefit and alternatives to the particular research. Understand this information and how it relates to their own clinical situation or interest is very much important. And everything should be voluntary. You can't provoke, you can't give the money to the participants. You can't, give some assurance, verbal assurance, if you participate, you will get healed. Everything should be documented. The most important part in clinical trial is everything should have to be documented. Otherwise, there is no value. So always keep remember these things. These are the ethical ways to conduct the clinical research. And obviously, lastly, individuals should be treated with the respect from the time they are approached for the possible participation. Even if they refuse enrollment in the study. Suppose one example, it's our tendency that if anyone want to participate in your study, you will be happy. Oh my God, he or she is accepting, like the proposal from the boy and the girl usually taken, even on that scenario. So it's simple as that. But if they refuse, you must have to respect. You must have to give some, okay, no problem sir, or no problem madam, we don't disturb you. And this is the most important part, because you are a medical professional, you are dealing with this, so you must have to be aware of that, because it is not about personal, it's about the life which is dealing with a different situation on the particular administration of the drug or device. So it's very much important. Then conclusion. Now, yes, there are a lot of challenges. Clinical trials remain critically important for the global diseases that require international cooperation. Obviously, when international cooperation means the funds, the sponsorship, the expertise, the international researchers and sponsors have to be aware of the regulatory requirements and expectations in various countries in which they operate. Then conducting clinical trials in addition to advancing science also had the merit benefits to the patients. India has emerged a global hub for clinical trials, and sufficient regulatory provisions are in place to ensure the safety of the participants, ensuring proper compliance with the regulatory norms and proper training of the concerned personnel as per GCP Good Clinical Practice Guidelines will ensure that India continues to reap the benefits of the clinical trials. Lastly, it is important to note that there is no way a drug could be used except through an evidence-based method. Everything should be evidence-based, involving in clinical trial. Even though there could be issues, the present treatment being given to the clinical trial is worse than problem. Hence, we need to create competencies for clinical trials in the form of better regulation and the funding and the training of the right human sources, like you guys and I am also doing so, resources, so that India can proudly stand among the committee of the nations doing clinical trials. So it's very much important, and we are standing high because we are the backbone of our country. In future generation who will take the state and from globally and also the nationally give the proper clinical trial without keeping aside the challenges and potential situation and the bias. So these are true. Then moving, these are my references, and thank you so much for listening. I know it is the dinner time. I hope I don't take too much time listening, and I am also thankful to the authority who has invited me to this wonderful session with students. Now I am open for the question answer session. Please.
Thank you so much, sir. It was a very interesting session. So now we are going to move on to our Q&A session. So if anyone wishes to write the question in the chat box, please do write it out. Or if you wish to unmute yourself and ask, that is also okay. Please write your question in the chat box.
It's really, my session was so much boring that everyone is sleeping. No answer?
Sir, Harshada has asked, what are the risks and benefits of participation in clinical trials?
So benefit is, if you participate, first thing is seeing you participating, so many participants will be tried to include in your particular clinical trial. The first thing is that. Second thing is that if you are a medical professional, if you have at least educated person, you will understand what is written actually in the protocol. So from that, participating in the clinical trial, you will get and also alert other people that this much of harm or this kind of injury, this kind of situation happened with you. So this is the first thing. Second thing is risk. Yes, obviously it's very risky. So, but it is not that if any person giving you the proper information about the clinical trial, the dosage, the information about the protocol or the administration of the drugs or the potential adverse event, then you must have to participate. Mostly in the cancerous patient, because cancerous patients who are in the last stage, there is no hope. So you must have to take consideration of the clinical trial. Maybe on that time that works as a miracle. Last time monoclonal antibody, if I remember correctly, one example I am putting here, that using monoclonal antibody, 7 lung cancer patients got their life on the last stage of cancer, small cell of lung cancer in United States FDA. This is the report. So maybe some miracle happened, because we are obviously living with the hope and obviously touch wood from the Almighty. And this is true, that with that particular hope, that maybe that medicine will use, if I administer in my body, I will get rid of my disease and I will increase my quality of life. I will increase my survival rate with the use of that particular medicine. So these are the risk benefit of participating in a clinical trial. And obviously you are also registered medical practitioner and also healthcare professional. You must have to take consideration after reading what the prospects and the risks and the benefits, everything. Then you should have to participate on that particular clinical trial. Yeah, I hope I cleared.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, no
Thank you,
problem.
sir. The next question by Satyam. So, what challenges you face in foreign lands? How did you start it, and what challenges you face in the process, the courses, the studies?
Please repeat. I'm sorry. Please repeat.
what challenges you face in foreign lands, how did you
Okay.
start it, and what challenges you face in process, the courses, the studies and all.
Okay, that's very amazing question. Thank you. I mean, Miss or Madam, Mr. or Madam. So my point is that challenge is everywhere. Even I am now giving you answer. It is also a challenge. Okay, without challenge, you can't be happy because it gives you enormous reward that you are satisfied very minutely with yourself. It is very much important nowadays. So yes, when I arrived here in Italy, everything is Italian. Even the machine which I am operating, everything is Italian. So the first thing is that the barrier is Italian language. Okay. Second important part is that when you are delivering anything in this kind of international level, your supervisor, I mean my supervisor, believe that I understand English very well. No, I am not from English medium student, but slowly I studied in Dehradun, then from the Dipsa, then I worked in 2 years in the Gurgaon with the multinational company Skyward Analytics. It usually worked with Australia and America. So I worked with this level. These three things gives me that kind of confidence and self-belief that okay, I can go to the Italy and I will manage easy if it is in English language. Now the most important part is that I face this situation here operating the instruments and also operating myself in the localized way because everyone always try to speak in their own mother tongue. They don't believe that English they should have to know. It's university situation and obviously in this kind of international level everyone speak English inside the university. Outside, no. In the hospital, yes, everybody knows English, but they prefer, like I am a Bengali person, I am from Bengali. So I always, my mother tongue is Bengali, so I always prefer to talk in Bengali language because this way I will, how can I say, with my emotion and action is totally, clubbed together, truly. But in the English language or obviously the Italian language, it's very difficult because I have to translate everything from my mother tongue to this. So first thing. Second thing is that I have to communicate with the nurses. It's very difficult because, in our country, people understand and educate themselves with the English because of the colonization effect of the Britishers. Here, they understand French, they understand German, they understand Spanish, they understand Dutch, Netherlands. So these are the foreign language they know. But we only know the English because of the Britishers effect. It is true. And obviously the international situation nowadays. But in Europe, it is true, it is very, very much difficult. But, you have to, because from my childhood, it's very difficult for me to communicate with English language. Even I can't believe myself that I am giving lecture and I also get, this is my 7th invitation from any authority that they inviting me as a guest speaker to communicate and discuss with the students. I'm really thankful to my God that I can speak in English. Truly, for me, it's a miracle. It's a magic because I'm not from that much, so-called English medium or so-called, namely school of my town. So I took the Italian lesson. Interestingly, I took the Italian lesson. Now the problem is that the English situation is my name is Devraj. Here everything is different. Everything is totally different. So I have to take the lesson with my interest, and I also need one person who speak English and Italian both. So slowly, because I am residing here near about 19 January 2023 to onwards, so near about 1 year and 5 or 6 months, I understand Italian, what actually happening, but I can't speak fluently like in my English language or Bengali. So these are the second. Third thing is that mindset. My mindset is that I have to work this everything because I from my education system, I mean in graduation, post graduation, we have tendency to work on multi-centric thing. Okay, as you guys also doing. But here, just one example, if you are writing an article, if you are trying to find any citation or the reference from the review of literature, you must have to go to the library. From the library, you have to take the reference. This is true. But I know that if you don't have the reference tools like Zotero, it is free, absolutely free. Then second thing is that Mendeley, it is also free for 6 months. Then the EndNote. EndNote is totally, if you go, like I also studied in Delhi, if you go into the Nehru Place, you can find the EndNote within 1,000 rupees, just 1,000 rupees. But the EndNote premium version is costly, near about cost 500 to 1,000 euro. So from that, I understand what is Zotero and what is Mendeley and what is EndNote. Now, if I don't have these referencing tools in my laptop already installed, then how I will manage? I will manage from the Google Scholar. I will manage from the PubMed. Okay. If it is not possible, then just cite this for me. I know this is illegal, but I am a student. I must say, and I must convey the message to the students that just write in the Google, cite this for me. That I saw one student asked the previous speaker that from Medscape or from the Medra, how they will referencing cite. I must say that if it is not possible, then obviously the links, like during the COVID time, one example I am giving, during the COVID time when we don't have the review of literature much more on that particular disease, okay, then how the links, the newspaper articles, the situation of the mortality, morbidity, everything happening, how they will cite. They are citing like that with the link, obviously the description, the timing of the link, I mean from the day, from the timing, everything should be mentioned of that particular reference. And then if you collect everything and put that into the site, this for me, this site, then NLM, APA, Vancouver, you can get your journal required citation, and this is true. So I understand that here everything is pinpointed, like one person is only known for that particular work. For me, it's very difficult because for referencing I have to go to the librarian for some work. Because I am capable, but I must have to. This is the rational way. So to understand the not cultural but the technical barrier, these are the technical barriers. Like in India, we are much pro students, this is true, but they are also pro, but they are specialized people. They only do this much work. They are specialized for that. Apart from that, they don't go into your domain. They are very much focused person. So these are the things which I faced. And last thing I must say that if you get the proper fellowship and scholarship, I must have to add, don't think about the country. For us, English is also a foreign language. This is true. But it is our bliss that from our childhood we are learning that language. So in this stage, you can't have that much problem. Truly. Same thing, if you are coming in Germany or in Italy or Netherlands, the most important part is that your quality of life. The opportunity, the the support is very high rather than English-speaking countries, US, UK, Ireland, Australia, Canada. It's very true. I have seen that much competition is in these English-speaking countries. Lesser competition with the goal-oriented mindset, and most important part is that your supervisor, I mean under whom, or your boss under whom you are going to work, is very much important. They will support you. If you are capable, they will support you. And most important part, they believe on you. They will give you time, okay, that this is your time. Like one example, 2 weeks they will give you for something to study. You will study, and after 2 weeks you go to the supervisor or to the boss, they will ask questions. If you are not, they give you another time. They will give you the lessons. The most important part is that I don't say that Indian faculties, Indian professors don't give their time. Yes, time is very important, everyone, but it is very much important what I have seen and what I am actually visualizing, that the foreign professors, this is true, giving you much more time, because a student should have to nurture with the with the expert of that particular field. I am not against to anyone. I know my statement is very debatable, but if you are not giving time to the particular student, how he or she will develop the skills and obviously the learning. If they don't give you time, you can't learn. It is true. And if you want to grow in your field, in your expertise field, you must have to generate or acquire knowledge, particular skill. So these are the things what I have seen in this situation till my 1.5 year in residing outside India. Yeah.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much for answering. I hope it's clear now. Sheikh Mohammed Noor has asked, can you please explain about molecular and translational medicine?
Can you?
Molecular and translational medicine.
Yeah. I mean, how they want the definition? I mean, what they are asking? What
I
he is
think you
asking?
can, if you can explain it in very brief, sir.
Okay. I mean, see, one example. I am basically pharmacist. Okay. Now my point is that when you are discussing on the molecule and translation, okay, two things totally associated with each other. Now you are giving medicine to someone, okay, I am not discussing about the medical device. And now slowly I am going to the field. Suppose one example, if you are fever, one medical professional, registered medical pharmacist or registered medical practitioner give you the medicine, okay, perfect. Then you are slowly developing yourself on that particular scenario, okay. Now you get rid of fever, okay, slowly now you have the fever and also you administer 500 mg calpol, okay. Just one example, very brief hypothetical example. During that situation, some person want to take the blood to check the efficacy, to check the potency. It is also present, but sometimes I am giving you a very hypothetical, very basic example. Translational. If you take the term translation, the molecular epidemiology or molecular biology or molecular, cell biology things come up. So for that reason, for giving strength to the particular situation of that particular subject, you must have to take consideration from the blood or urine related sample. Truly, in a layman's language, you can take for the muscle biopsy or the liver biopsy for everything, but just one layman's language for the understanding the subject, you must have to take consideration from the blood or urine related sample to get more clarity. So then from there, the translational thing come up in a true language. So now my point is that why I am doing the PhD in molecular translational medicine. It is not associated with me. It is associated with the department. In foreign, like in our Indian education system, if you are a physicist, just one example, if you are doing BSc in physics, MSc in physics, then PhD is physics. It is Indian situation. But if you are a pharmacist, you are learning, I am a B.Pharm pharmacist, you guys are PharmD pharmacists, so you are already specialized and taking the specialization of 6 years, that PharmD or the clinical pharmacy or clinical pharmacologist in a simple language. Now if you want to evolve yourself in a public health specialist, you can go. Now your thing is changed from clinical pharmacologist to pharmacoepidemiologist, that is pharmacoepidemiology. You are adding, it's like vanilla and strawberry ice cream. So for me, I took some expertise from the pharmacy, okay, because I know the lab work and also the biotechnology, clinical pharmacology, and obviously the microbiology work. Then I am also completed my Master of Public Health from Delhi Pharmaceutical Science and Research University. So epidemiology. Now I am collaborating with each other. Now it is called the pharmacoepidemiology. Now the interesting fact is that in my final year, I worked with ICMR in collaboration with NASA. Okay, there they wanted to check in our village the acute respiratory illness in comparison with the environmental air pollution. So my field is environmental and occupational health in my master's. Now, why I want to keep myself with the pharmacy, with the molecular epidemiology thing? So because I also know here, this is the most interesting part, that most of the molecular epidemiologists are either from the biotechnology or from the microbiology background. For me, it's very grace of God that I also have the knowledge of the medicine, because I did my pharmacy B.Pharm, okay, like you guys. So I have the knowledge of medicine. I also have the lab work knowledge, okay. I don't know how much knowledge I have, but I took some experience, okay. I am not knowledgeable. I am also a student like you. So pharmacy, medicine knowledge, then the practical lab oriented knowledge, then the epidemiology knowledge, and then my thesis work knowledge. So if I collaborate with each other, now I am working in the RDA. RDA, what is RDA? Asbestos related respiratory diseases in industrial areas. Like the lady who give my introduction, that I already conducted one systematic review, that is the role of microRNAs in the diagnostic and the prognostic biomarkers for the asbestos related respiratory diseases in industrial areas. So my population coming from the industrial area, they are asbestos exposed, okay, either from the construction, thermal industry, marble industry, tiles industry. They have the past job related exposure history on that particular area. So that is my population. Now I can get the prevalence and incidence of the asbestos related lung cancer on the epidemiology method, but with the support, with the additional support to my subject or to my study, I must have to take consideration of the blood related biomarker, and that is microRNA. Two ways, either DNA or RNA. So I choose microRNA because the study is working, and I am the first person who conducting this study in India through the Tata Memorial Hospital with the asbestos related exposed lung cancer patients. And this is true, and I am also writing the paper. So I will be the first person in the India who will take consideration that asbestos exposed lung cancer patient having the scenario. So in this way, I develop myself that molecular epidemiology, translational medicine, my medical knowledge, my lab oriented knowledge, I collate everything, and that's it. This is true. I always say this thing to my senior and also my juniors and also my friends. Don't stick to your field. Always try to add the petals in your chariot. It is true. It is very important, because if you have to be update, if you must have to be the all-rounder. It's similar. Without all-rounder, like in Indian team, nobody cares, and similar thing is that. So it's very much important nowadays. So I choose this thing. My PhD degree will come in molecular translational medicine, but I am working on environmental occupational health, plus I am working on molecular level, because in the microRNA I am doing the upregulation, downregulation thing, and the contrast of asbestos exposure in the lung cancer patients. And most importantly, I am also trying to conduct one systematic review with Semmelweis University, Hungary, Budapest, with Dr. Maria. She is very supportive. She is a medical doctor on the potential diagnostic matter on the small cell lung cancer. So lung cancer have two types: non-small cell lung cancer, small cell lung cancer, and also additionally the asbestos or any hazardous chemical related lung cancer. So in a short term, it is called malignant pleural mesothelioma in a histopathological term. So there are different melanomas like adenocarcinoma, squamous cell carcinoma on the lungs. So I am working on that. My portion of research is lungs. So I suggest to you, to everyone, always try to focus on the particular disease and then try to find the different ways how you will develop yourself. It's very much important. I hope I give you the answer.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much. Another question is by Ashish Kumar Maurya. What is the role of informed consent?
Informed consent is like, it is answerable in your question. Like if you are informing anyone that, like one example, if you are calling your mother, if you are a boarding student, hello mom, I will arrive home on the Diwali on this particular date at that time. So it's similar like that. So informed consent is that you must have to inform to the patient to the throughout process, like when you will give the administration of your medicine or device. And second thing is that you must have to take the consideration of the risk, the benefit, the situation, and how they will give no pain, nothing happen. The proper registered medical practitioner or nursing staff will administer the medicine. Then you don't have to think about that if you have any injury, you will get the compensation from the sponsors. So these things, a little bit, everything in a nutshell, should have to be informed to the particular patient, okay, whom you are going to include in your particular clinical trial. So in this way, this is informed consent, again, if I am clear.
Okay, sir. So I'll be clubbing two questions because they're very similar. So Ankit has asked about how do emerging technologies like AI and digital health tools influence the regulatory landscape for clinical trials, and what ethical considerations do they introduce? And Nikhil has asked, can AI replace clinical research?
Okay, so first question, I mean, it has two parts. So I want to address the second person question, then the first question. So artificial intelligence never replaces the clinical trial, but it will impact the work of clinical trial, okay? Because artificial intelligence or machine learning, whatever it is, I am not computer person, but I am giving you the introduction, a hint. Like one example, I am giving you practical example. I work at Skyward Analytics, okay? We are doing manual evidence generation, okay? Manual evidence generation means we are trying to conduct the systematic review and the meta-analysis. From there, we are trying to get the standardized results of the potency, efficacy, adverse event, outcome related, health related, I mean clinical related, epidemiological related, or quality related, okay? Manually from the Excel sheet, like from the manuscript, we try to give the search word, then the hits we found, then the articles we found, then we include title abstract screening, then from there we took the full text screening, and then from there we took the data extraction, and then manually, everything is manual thing, okay? We are also generating evidence. Now my boss, I mean my previous boss, Mr. Hemant Rathi from Skyward Analytics, opened another company associated with Skyward, that is Easy SLR, with the artificial intelligence thing. With the help of artificial intelligence, if you give the inputs to the particular machine, I mean computer is also a machine, that we need 50 papers based on India, having the potency, efficacy, and the mortality of that particular disease, of that particular doses and the drugs. It will give you in a fraction of a second the result. So AI will help to advance, to enhance the process, but AI can't replicate the clinical trial. Never. It is not possible. Truly. Now I want to address the first question. I hope I give you the proper answer to the second question. I mean, Bhumi, I think.
Yes, sir, yes.
Okay. Please slowly tell me the first question.
Okay.
So the first question is, how do emerging technologies like AI and digital health tools influence the regulatory landscape for clinical trials, and what ethical considerations do they introduce?
Okay. As I mentioned before, that AI and machine learning, or my brother is also learning the Internet of Things, cyber security, and Internet of Things, cyber security, and this kind of thing. I don't know. So basically, these are the approach. People are creating this to enhance their time. To just one example, to minimize the time of the manual method. So computer will help, but it is not properly helped. Now one example, if you are assessing the quality of the studies, like every study is having the quality, it's individual based. It's not computer based. Computer is not always right. If you are assessing the quality, whether it is fair quality, whether it is poor quality, or whether it is good quality, with the Newcastle-Ottawa scale, just one example with the evidence generation. You are generating the evidence, and with the evidence generation, with the having the proper knowledge or present in the scientific world of that particular medicine, in the whole scientific world, you must have to well-to-do know about the medicine which you are giving and the dose also. Now my point is that everything is mentioned in the website. Now you are the expert, and most importantly you are the practical expert, because you are reading every day the histopathological report, and also you are also reviewing the patient in your eyes. Computer is a machine. At the end of the day, it is created by human beings. So it will work in this situation as per recorded data, but you will work sometimes on the perception based, like your supervisor or your professor or your boss is much more expert on that particular field, having the experience of that different number of years. So you must have to take care of that. But in the same situation, the AI and machine learning definitely will enhance the process, will enhance or boost up the process, but can't be replaced for that. Second question is that regarding the regulatory agencies, yes, nowadays all the regulatory agencies having introduced the AI, and AI really booming the healthcare field. Because if you are adulting, suppose one example, if you are trying to manipulate or falsify the patient data after administering your drug, it will be caught by the AI, truly. Because only the principal investigator is known that which medication you are giving, and that medication having this kind of effect, this kind of, because already these studies is happening in all over the world. So yes, for detection, for monitoring something, very much helpful AI and machine learning. But I can't believe, because this is my belief, because I told it is perception based. I can't believe truly that everything is detected and monitored by the AI and machine learning, because at the end of the day it is a machine, and human mind, human brain are much more intelligent than that, truly. So if you want to do any manipulation, you can do, and it will not caught by machine learning or artificial intelligence or the computer process. I hope I give you the debatable answer.
Thank you, sir. I think, sir, we can mark the end of the Q&A sessions. So I'd like to conclude this lecture. It was a great lecture, sir, and I think we all very benefit from you explained everything, and you also opened our eyes to the potential of the clinical research, and your own experience has really guided us, and we are seeing more opportunities abroad by your example. So thank you so much, and it was I was very delighted to host you today, and I hope to see you again in many of our events.
Thank you. I just want to include, all the students. I must suggest that two things. First thing is that yes, if you want to get some how we will get the expertise or how you will reach to this particular level, I mean particular abroad related inquiry, I am ready to give you support. Just reach out me to the LinkedIn or in the WhatsApp. I am ready to support, because a lot of seniors helped me, and a lot of seniors gave me challenges. I don't say that they neglected me, but maybe they have their person, they don't have time. So I am ready to give the access. So you can reach out me in the LinkedIn, and then we can discuss. No problem. I am always available for that. Second thing is that it is not for me. It is for all of you, my friends, my seniors, juniors also. That when any person is interacting with you now, you must have to open your camera. It is true. I am not that much high level speaker. Just one suggestion to you. Like, might be the speaker get offended and when everyone is sleeping, everyone is cooking, or everyone is eating something, or they are not taking this serious, because we are giving the time. This is not for me. This this is for the high level speakers, that when the person is giving time, it should be fruitful. And obviously your host, I mean your Bhumi, Mozrul, Adia, I know these 3%. I am sorry that I don't know so many people, but they are constantly giving and boosting up to you guys and also us, that please come on, one person is giving lecture. You know, just one example, that always take the sessions as a cinema, that you will get some knowledge, you will get some expertise, you will get some real life example from their talking. So it is very much important that the session should be interactive. Okay, so please remember that. I don't say that this is me, but I am saying that truly, update yourself, because this is a part. It is not about the certification or giving the 100 rupees or 99 rupees for the certificate and adding that in the CV. There is no work. The most important part is you should have to respect to you first and then also to others. It is not, I am not saying, I am truly saying that this is not for me, but in future when you will in the international level, you must have to be proactive and interactive for that. All the best, guys. Anyway, please don't mind. All the best to you all. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. I'll try to implement your feedback next time. I'll try that make sure that NDs keep their videos open.
No, you guys,
thank you for
constantly giving effort. Salute to you. And it's near about 10 o'clock. Yeah, 10 o'clock in India. Oh my God. All the best for your studies. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Bye. Take care. Bye. Take care.
Bye, sir. Okay, so does anyone from the audience wish to give feedback? The feedback form has also been sent in the chat box.
Can you give us the link of his LinkedIn account and also the Gmail?
Yes, I'll try to. I'm trying to find it in my LinkedIn. I'll have to log in from my laptop. So if anyone is already logged in, I'll send them. Wait, I'll send it to you.
Sure.
I can send it on the LOC group. Can any one of you share?
Hi, am I audible?
Yes, sorry, who is speaking?
Hi, my name is Adil.
Yes, just a minute, Adil. Let me address that other person first, and then you can continue. Satyam, I'll share the LinkedIn account in the chat box. Okay?
Sure. And the email also, okay? So I can contact him.
Yes, I'll try and I'll link the email also. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Adil, I think it was. You can please continue.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible. Thank you.
I would like to so my sincere appreciation for the exceptional 2-day clinical research symposium which was organized by the SCRMP. All sessions were incredibly insightful, and the event was expertly organized, and the content provided was very informative and presented with such clarity and depth, and it was a valuable experience for us. Thank you to the organizing team and all the speakers for your dedication and hard work in making this symposium a resounding success. I am already looking forward to further events to enhance our knowledge and skills in clinical research. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Adil. I am very happy that this proved beneficial for you. Okay, so now I have some exciting news to share with you all. Please bear with me for a few minutes. Okay, so this marks the end of all our lectures. I'm very excited. Let me switch on my video. I'm very excited to share with you all that the Society of Clinical Research and Medical Professionals will be organizing an offline conference in Hyderabad towards the end of the year, between November and December. I'm sure this news is very exciting, as the event is most definitely going to be filled with many such lectures and workshops from highly respected industry professionals. Additionally, we will also be conducting online webinars in the upcoming month that would be free for all to attend. Non-SRMP members can also attend for free. Kindly share this news with your friends who would be interested to attend. Thank you to my audience for being such fervent participants. Feedback form is sent in your chat box. Please remember to fill it. And I would like to call Aisha to explain membership form to all of you. Aisha, are you there? Aisha?
Yes, I'm there. Am I audible?
Yes, you're
I'm
audible.
Okay. Hi guys, my name is Aisha Nasir, and I'll just very briefly tell you guys
Aisha,
how you can.
your camera is tilted. I can see.
Is it still tilted?
No, I mean to say that. Okay, fine. You can talk like this. It's fine. I think it's some setting.
Okay. So there are two ways in which you can get the membership. So the first one is you can go directly to our website homepage and apply from there, or you can fill the form. There's a link in the form for our WhatsApp group. So you can apply for membership through our WhatsApp group as well. And the different types of memberships we have are the student annual membership for 400 rupees, the student life membership for 950 rupees, faculty life membership for 1500 rupees, industry life membership for 2450 rupees, institutional membership for 18,000 rupees, and doctor's life membership for 3,500 rupees. So again, there are two ways in which you can apply. The first one is directly through the website, and the second one is through the WhatsApp group. The link for the WhatsApp group will be in the Google Forms introduction part. And through the membership, you will get a chance to network, form a community, and you can also get counseling, career guidances as well. And that's all I have. Back to the host.
Thank you so much, Aisha, for explaining the membership. I hope after this event we increase our memberships, and I hope to see many of you as part of SCRMP. Okay. Now, with this, I would like to now invite Dr. Sheikh Sumaya to offer the vote of thanks.
Yes, ma'am. I'm audible.
Yes, you're audible, ma'am.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. I hope this is too late.
Your voice is
So
cracking
I'm
a bit,
a
ma'am.
family student and proud to. Yes, now it's clear.
Yes, it's better now.
Yes. So it is honor for me to deliver a vote of thanks at the end of this insightful 2-day symposium. Firstly, I would like to thank all our incredible speakers, even though some of them couldn't be here with us today. And I want to start by acknowledging Mr. Muhammad Kayur Khan. Although he couldn't join us due to some issues, he planned session on comprehensive career path in clinical research for PharmD graduate, who was highly anticipated. We hope we have him share his valuable insight with us in the future. And next, a big thanks to Dr. Avanda Deepak for his enlightening session on clinical research opportunities. His global insight truly bonded our horizon and inspired many of us to explore new avenues. And next, the Dr. Anirunda Yashwant Jadhav sir also deserves a special thanks for a session on good clinical practice. His detailed explanation of ethicals and clinical research remain for us importance of doing what is right. Many thanks Dr. Aparna Matpadi for her engaging session on medical writing in clinical research. Her guidance on transforming complex data into compelling narrative was particularly enlightening. And one thing, we also appreciate Dr. Devishri for her insightful talk on manuscript preparation. Her texts were practical and precious, like helping many of us feel more prepared to write and publish our work. And last but not least, Mr. Devraj Mukhopadhyay, who skillfully gained us through a regulatory riddles and ethical pathway. His approach to making regulatory compliances and understandable and even exciting was truly commendable. And I would also like to extend my gratitude to all the participants who means your active involvement, insightful questions, and enthusiasm made this event a great success. Remember, the future belongs to those who believe in the beauty of their dreams. Keep pursuing your dreams with passion and determination. And one thing, I'm excited to announce the SCRMP will be hosting an offline conference in November or December this year, and a free session next September. I hope you all enjoy this online symposium, but I assure you the offline event will be even more engaging, with numerous opportunity to explore new ideas and network. And before we wrap up, don't forget to check out the SCRMP website and our social media platform for updates on these upcoming events and valuable resources that could benefit your studies and career. And join our WhatsApp channel for more updates. Lastly, please take a moment to fill out the feedback form, which you can find in the chat box. It is important, that everyone complete it before leaving. It is helps to improve and verify attendance to certification distribution. Also, I'd like to extend my heartfelt thanks to the entire NCRMP managing team for their hard work in making this event possible. I'm really excited to meet you in person at our offline event and interact with you. As we conclude, let's carry forward the knowledge and insight we have gained. Thank you once again for being here. Take care and stay inspired. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. And with this, I would like to now conclude the symposium. Thank you all for staying so late. I know it is 10:12 right now, so all of you have stayed till now. Thank you so much. This was our first major event, and I'm grateful to you all for making it such a resounding success. We'll try that the more events we conduct, we try to fix our errors, and hopefully it will not go beyond time. But I hope that whatever time you spend here was very beneficial for you, and hope it will help you in your clinical research journey. I hope this event would prove most beneficial. I wish to see you all in many more future events conducted by SCRM. Thank you all. You can leave the meeting after filling the feedback form. Thank you so much.
Okay, before leaving, I need to ask something. Do you have any social media accounts, and if for the events? And if you have, can you please provide the link?
We have an Instagram account. I'll link that
Yeah.
here.
Your WhatsApp.
And we also have a website. I'll link that as well.
Yeah. I know that. Our website and the YouTube channel. I know that. Actually, I'm looking for the Instagram account and the Facebook LinkedIn account. For future reference, because I'm not active in more in websites and YouTube.
I'll link the Instagram account here.
Okay.
I think you'll find it. All the event updates there, and as well as the YouTube account we have to. And please follow us on LinkedIn as well.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'll just link. Just give me 5 minutes, okay?
Okay, I will wait here.
Okay, Satyam, I think it was who asked the question. I have linked the Instagram account. Is it operable?
Well, let me check. Okay, got it.
No issues. So unless you have any more queries from me, you can leave the meeting. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
For the feedback.
I already did.